and the Chinese delegation was all very stiff, formal, but so a friend of mine posted that, and I responded and said, the sad thing is that you're posting about, or your comment is about the demeanor of South Africans, but you fail to recognize that the entire Chinese delegation is men, all of them. So of course they were stiff, because they're all men, but the point, but the point is that many big economies gathered for 12 days, part of the summit was 3 days, discussed what effectively is going to impact everybody's life in this room, and how much of that has got a woman perspective, how much of that has got woman input into that process. China is now lauded as one of possibly the biggest economy in the world, definitely the biggest population in the world, but you have a state visit, they are all men, and where are women in the conversation? Where are women in making input into the decision, but not just input, giving very clear direction into that whole decision-making process. But for South Africa, we do celebrate women in the workplace. It's evident in our stats here in the country that women are increasingly entering the workplace. We currently constitute 43.8% of the labor force and are thus contributing significantly towards the economy. The increase in remuneration and access to jobs because of the decrease in gender discrimination are contributing factors to the proliferation of women in the labor force. However, only 32% of women occupy a managerial position in South Africa. Today in South Africa, many women are members of a union, and the major union federation, COSATU, is led by a woman, Ms. Singiswa Losi. The women in decision-making in South Africa, achieving gender equity in positions of decision-making, both in government and in the private sector, is crucial. A new report released by Stats SA titled Gender Series Volume IX, what is IX? 9. Women Empowerment 2017 to 2022 found that from 2004 to 2019, South Africa saw an increase in the proportion of seats held by women in the National Assembly from 33% in 2004 to 46% in 2019, which remains the current percentage. Half of the South African cabinet positions are held by women. We also have great advances of women in the private sector. The private sector, yes, has shown progress, with women owning major companies and serving as CEOs and chairs of boards. Women have also started digital startups and other innovative businesses. Across all JSE-listed companies, women make up 15% of executives and 30% of non-executive directors. According to a new PwC report, the percentage of female CEOs in JSE-listed companies improved to 8% at the end of June last year, and that was from 5% a year earlier. Despite these welcome developments towards gender equity, terrible levels of gender inequality and brutal repression of women and girls still exist in South Africa. Gender-based violence and femicide have been described as a pandemic by our President, Cyril Ramaphosa, and during the most recent African Union Summit held in Addis Ababa, there was also an initiative aimed at advocating for addressing women's developmental challenges and gender-based violence on the continent with the partnership of our president. This partnership also saw the inclusion of President Akufo-Addo and other African heads of state who formed a circle of champions in this regard. And this really demonstrates that for us to be able to really tackle and address inequality in the workplace, gender-based violence, femicide, etc., you have to have men as part of that conversation. You have to have men as part of the response plan and the solution to it. And it can't be a conversation that we have all by ourselves without bringing them and making them part of the solution, not just as a bystander. Government has managed to activate public and private sector supply value chains to make sure that South Africa's 40% preferential procurement from women-owned businesses becomes a reality. Procurement is a critical element with the potential to grow women-owned businesses, which unfortunately attracts less than 2% of the global procurement market, according to the United Nations. This gap presents an opportunity to create gender equality through ethical supply chains to enable South Africa, amongst others, to achieve economic outcomes for businesses as well as communities. The inception of this event is to create a platform dedicated to supporting the creation of market access and investments, also to increase our women entrepreneurs. Following the manufacturing program support, the department aims to increase the capacity of public and private sector stakeholders to integrate gender considerations into entrepreneurship development in the support of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. With that, I wish everyone successful deliberations and exchange of views as we try collectively here sit, unpack ideas and strategies aimed at women empowerment and leadership during the Women's Entrepreneur Summit. And with that, where I come from, they always complain about August. Well, yes, August is Women's Month, but everybody says, oh, we get invited to teas, we get invited to lunches, we're tired of tea, we're tired of lunch, we're actually just tired of eating. We want to see results. We want to see implementation. We want to see some of these very scary figures being changed. We want to see some of these very scary numbers of women entrepreneurs, of women in business. They need to really change and increase. So while you enjoy the tea, make sure that you focus on the job at hand. How do we achieve what we set out to achieve? How does policy become a reality? And how do we put tools in place to hold decision makers and institutions, whether it be private or public institutions, accountable for making sure that they pick up the majority of society in not only South Africa, but in many countries of the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, MEC. That was very informative and great. And Mr. Bongani, I would like to apologize because I follow protocol. So protocol did not allow me to. Anyway, Mr. Sneem, thank you so much. That was very informative. And I must say, I congratulate you. You are young, you are representing, women. And rightfully so, Mr. Sneem, we owe everything to our nation and the many communities with the support that we get, because as women, we're smashing barriers, like rightfully so you've said, and we want to change in terms of the narrative. As you've rightfully said so, there's quite a gap in terms of how business is done. I mean, the example you've just made about Chinese, and remember that Chinese are very, when it comes to etiquette, those guys, you can never compete with them, And I think there's still that nation that believes that everything has to be done by men and men are the leaders. But we will help them. They're part of BRICS. We'll teach them and we'll show them, South Africa, yes. We will definitely teach them. And I also, believe in what you've said in terms of the fact that women are believed to be the weaker vessel. It's a general perspective, it's a general belief. However, looking at this room, women in this room are changing the entire narrative to say, we are not weak, we are strong, and definitely, we will definitely succeed. And thank you for that, MEC. So without wasting time, I did not get a bio for Ms. Hazel Gooding. I think I've said it correctly. From the UN Women Partnership for Building a Resilient Women in Business, and Deputy Representative for SA Multi-Country Office. That's what I have in terms of who you are, and apologies. And without wasting time, please, Ms. Goding, would you kindly please come up and give us your part of the presentation? Let's give a round of applause, please.
Our distinguished MEC, it was indeed a pleasure to meet you earlier this morning, to, just to have an informal chat about issues that we have a common interest around. And definitely, I hope that this is the beginning, of close interaction as we continue to work together. So surely, this is something that I really look forward to. So thank you again. Thank you to the organizers. This is really a beautiful space. Thank you so much. In spite of the weather outside, some of us like it, some don't, but I think it's such a wonderful opportunity for us to come together today. Distinguished guests, partners, friends, I'm honored to be here among you today. I also bring you greetings from our representative, UN Women's representative, Ms. Alita Miller. And it's also a great pleasure to be among such exemplary women entrepreneurs that I hope to have the opportunity to meet later on in the program. I just wanted to say that our collaboration with UN Women, of UN Women with the Gauteng Department of Economic Development, through the Township Economic Development Act, really exemplifies our commitment to advancing gender equality and women's empowerment, especially around women's economic empowerment, the reason for which we're here today. Please allow me to elaborate a bit on how this partnership resonates with UN Women's mandate and the objectives of this summit. Earlier, Bongani, I must say, similarly to the MEC, that I don't proclaim to be a self-made either. And I know, even though I may be considered to be a New Yorker, I hail from a tiny country in the north of Brazil. So I wouldn't test your geographical skills here, but it's called Guyana. And I'm proud to stand on the shoulders of many strong women who, in an era when we probably weren't talking the way we speak now about women's empowerment, they really exemplified what it means to be a strong and independent woman. So while I do appreciate the compliment, this is something that I think we have to acknowledge that we really look towards our ancestors and thank them for what they've done for us and compliment each other, as we come together, that none of us really stands alone in this process. So thank you again, Bongani and Program Director. Our efforts as UN Women really echo the reason for this summit here today, to achieve gender equality and to empower women worldwide. Yes, I'm the deputy representative here in South Africa, but our work expands throughout the globe. Women's entrepreneurship is not merely about business, as we are aware. It is about driving sustainable economic progress, and by fostering a supportive ecosystem, really we create a pathway for women to transform their ideas, their very initial ideas and thoughts about going into business, into thriving enterprises. Our collaboration aligns seamlessly with the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly the standalone goal number 5. We recognize that women's economic empowerment is not just an end in itself. It is a means to alleviate poverty, to enhance well-being, and create a future of prosperity for all. I'd like to touch on 5 key areas here, key elements that I think are important to highlight. One being catalyzing change through collaboration. This Women's Entrepreneurship Conference is a testament to our joint commitment to catalyze change. This platform unites stakeholders from diverse sectors, whether it be private sector, and I'm so excited to see that, the public sector, non-governmental as well, under a common goal of empowering women in business. So this aligns with UN Women's approach of fostering inclusive partnerships to achieve gender equality. We know that it's no accident that SDG 17 is around partnerships. We also know that without goal number 5 and the goal on partnership, none of the other goals are possible to be, can be achieved. And we also know, moving to the second element that I would like to highlight, that around digital innovation for inclusivity, which happens to be, as we may remember, the foundation of the theme of the Commission on the Status of Women this year that was held, culminated in New York, I think it was in March this year. Our event today really underscores the role of digital innovation in fostering inclusivity. In line with UN Women's emphasis on leveraging technology for gender equality, we are exploring how digital tools can enhance women's entrepreneurship, create access to finance, and open new avenues for economic growth. The third element I want to highlight is the gender responsive economies. This conference seeks to promote gender-responsive economies. It's very clear. And it's a cornerstone of the UN Women's mandate. By enabling women's access to productive resources, financial services, and markets, we contribute to reshaping economies that actually benefit everyone, not just women, leaving no one behind. Fourthly, around knowledge sharing and mentorship, so critical. This is a significant part of our conference's essence, being knowledge sharing and mentorship. This aligns perfectly with our mandate as UN Women and our goal for connecting successful women with emerging entrepreneurs. As I said before, this is a collective effort. By sharing experiences, advice, and insights, we create a cycle of empowerment and hopefully with the potential of rippling through from generation to generation. And finally, but not least, the call to action. Our distinguished MEC alluded to that earlier. And our collective why goes beyond an event such as this one. It is a call to action. By unlocking market access, investment opportunities, and business tools, we are about empowering women. We are about creating a transformative force that actually uplifts communities in a tangible way. Actually driving economic growth in a tangible way and paving the way for a more equitable society. As we conclude, let us remember that this summit goes beyond, dare I say, the UN-style way of eloquent speeches and insightful discussion, but rather it's a manifestation of our dedication to a more inclusive, equitable world. UN Women's mandate resonates through every aspect of this event, from fostering collaboration and inclusivity to leveraging innovation for progress. Together, with our distinguished partners, we are forging a path that leads to a brighter, more empowered future for women entrepreneurs, for ourselves, not just for Gauteng province here in South Africa, but across the rest of the world. So thank you, friends, distinguished participants, program director once again, for your unwavering commitment, and I eagerly anticipate the impactful outcomes that will emerge from this event. I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gooding, for sharing with us the UN mandate. And I believe that as women, we'll definitely take up the challenge and take up the opportunity that's presented to us. May I also just include the fact that I was once a camp counselor in the USA, and that exposed me quite greatly in those years. And it was an opportunity that was presented. I was still young at the time, to the youth of South Africa, and I must say we thank our government for that, because I managed to travel myself, you know, and experience other countries. The 2 years I spent in the USA was quite great. And I must also agree with you in terms of the fact that we have to foster inclusive partnerships. We have to, you know, in terms of digital inclusivity, you know, the organization I come from, there is quite a number of, we call them incubators that have been planted throughout the country. And without even wasting time or even trying to water down what you just presented on, especially when you spoke about unlocking market access, business skills, support and development, I would like to then call Mr. Colin Lishow, the Provincial Manager for Small Enterprise Development Agency, who would then expand on that. Let's give him a round of applause, please.
Was just barely glimpsed. She was the heart of all things, and everything that was anything was in her. She looked on expanses of rocky deserts. She raised her voice and the waters ran. She breathed life into Eve's belly, and before her eyes, she watched her children grow. Her heart beat life into all things. Before the beginning, before voice was made light, she was there. Now, generations of her daughters stretch out before her. Her blood has nurtured the earth. Her daughters, past, present, and future, are gathered around her. She knows all of them by name. Mujaji once sat at her feet while she whispered the recipe for rain. Nandi drank her tears and gave birth to a new nation. She recognizes herself in their strength. She spoke them into being, and she saw that it was good. She delivered Liberia into the hands of Sister Ellen, and with ululation she learned to stand. Her daughters step into parliament buildings and boardrooms, and she holds each of them by the hand. She is the essence of womanhood, the heart of sacred femininity. She holds the key to all creation. The truth of being is encrypted in her skin. She is the wisdom held in the deepest wrinkle. The lines of her palms shape the destiny of humanity. She is what we all were born from. She is the mother. She is the core. Her heart beat life into all things. Before the beginning, before voice was made light, she was there. She was there. She was there.
She was there. That is a poem from one of our own, and her name is Ndoni Kanyile. Thank you. Now, sure, I'm so honored to be here this morning. If I look just across the room and see all these beautiful women, and you are here for one purpose, and that is really celebrating each other. So with that, I would like to say our MEC, Mrs. Tasneem Mutara, as well as Ms. Hazel Gooding, our Deputy Representative from the SA Multi-Country Office. Good morning and welcome, or let me rather say thank you for allowing me to be part of what you guys are doing this morning. And just every woman sitting here this morning, just remember that you have made it thus far and you are going to make it even further. Now, the National Development Plan 2030 speaks about 11 million jobs that should be created. And those 11 million jobs are not going to come from big entities or what we call conglomerates or, large businesses. 90% of those jobs we believe is going to come from small businesses. It's going to be women sitting in this room that's going to, assist in creating those jobs within our economy. 2 million jobs was already shed during the COVID pandemic. And what we are saying is that we have so much that we need to do as a country. And I believe that women are basically the cornerstone of what we need to do within our economy. Do you think we are ready for a woman president? I think we are. Long ago, I think so, right? I believe that she will make sure that the African child will flourish and they will become who they were intended to be by God's grace. I also believe that women have just a way of taking what they have in their hand and to multiply it, make it tenfold. I've seen that from my own mother. I've seen that from so many women sitting here this morning. Kate, I heard you saying when I was young, you are still young. So you have to do a lot more before you can go on retirement. Ladies and gentlemen, and I want to say, I look at the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and I look at Africa, and I ask myself, how are we going to get to a point when we can speak about the Sustainable Development Goals, and we can also speak about Agenda 2063, and we can marry the two so that we can speak about a prosperous Africa for all of us. I believe that that is where we need to go as a continent, as a country, to be able to take our people forward. Yes, MEC, I agree with you. We need more leaders from the rest of the world. China needs to make sure that there is women. And I actually thought when you were speaking about that, about something that I came across this morning. So a South African lady, because it's Women's Month, right? Entering The Voice in China, and there she is from South Africa, speaking in Mandarin, singing in Mandarin. And I thought to myself, you know what? It is absolutely amazing. It is wonderful to be a woman in South Africa in 2023, because you can do anything. And you do not have to stand back for any other person. If I look at what is happening within CEDA at the moment, we definitely celebrate women. And we do that by some of the programs that we have. One of those programs is She Trades, which is part of the International Trade Center, and CEDA is the implementing agency for She Trades in South Africa. If you are not yet registered on the She Trades platform, please do so, because we want to make sure that we assist you wherever you are at, meeting you at your point of need. Also, there's another one that we do with GIBS, the Gordon Institute of Business Science, which is called the Sherry Blair Foundation. Please, women, I urge you, make use of these opportunities. About a couple of months ago, 2-3 months ago, we took 20 of those women to Mauritius to go and really just understand the market, the economic environment in Mauritius, also to go and see how they can trade with some of those women entrepreneurs within Mauritius. We are taking another 20 to the Free From Food event in Dubai, now in September. And we are taking 10 young designers MEC to the Milan Fashion Week. And most of those are women, because we want to make sure that whatever we do, we include our females in the work that we do. Yes. I can't say that because CEO at the moment is a male, but it would be good if we have more executives that could be females, you know. It's just where we're going. We speak about the glass ceiling that needs to be broken, and I'm saying, Ms. Gooding, that it's now that we need to break that glass ceiling. We can't wait for someone else to come and assist us to do it, but we also want to see women supporting each other. Not just speak about it, but really go into business and support one another. I believe that we can become an economy that could be reckoned with if we just, take what we have and we support one another wherever we are at. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it is also important for me to mention, I don't know if you know the Grameen Bank in Sri Lanka, where they literally, when the bank opened, they focused on all type of small businesses. But because of women paying their loans back and assisting each other to pay their loans back, the Grameen Bank today only focuses on women entrepreneurs. We've got a bank in South Africa, the Women Development Bank, focusing on women in South Africa, but we want to see more women accessing finance because we want to make sure women are financially included with whatever we do within our country. I also believe that for us to be driving sustainable economic progress, we have to make sure that women take the lead in some of the initiatives that we have, not only as the city of Johannesburg, but also as Gauteng, as well as the entire country. I believe that as you are sitting here this morning, you will be able to not only participate within the event today, but you are going to be able to take from what we are sharing this morning so that you can become the best business person that you are able to be. Ladies and gentlemen, I also believe it is important for me to speak about, and I think Kate had mentioned Portia M. Portia M is one of our stars. 2 years ago, we actually, the hair situation that we had in South Africa, there was a situation with cliques and the hair, ethnic hair. So at that point, our minister thought, this is a very good idea for us to go to cliques and say, hey, we want some of our products within your retail stores. Lo and behold, they took some of our products. Portia M last year was the best newcomer in cliques. She is, I think the one thing that Kate did not mention, but I signed it off so I would know, her turnover for the last 7 months has been just over 200 million rand. So that in itself is an indication what women can do if we support them. So I'm saying we do not only want to see small businesses, but we want to see businesses becoming part of the JSE and becoming part of a bigger Africa, the continent, where you are able to take your product and you go and make sure that people on the continent knows you. Just imagine, from just a marula fruit, she now have different ranges of stuff that she's doing. And we want to commend her for not only because last week they actually went to her to go and have a conversation with her, some of our business advisors. And the one thing that stood out for me when she said that the person that is leading the manufacturing today was an intern at the Innovation Hub when she started in the Innovation Hub. And today she's leading the manufacturing of Portia M. And with that, I would like to tell you thank you again. I feel so honored just being here and being in your presence. So I'm looking forward to hearing from a lot of you your own, stories that you have to tell. But I think what is also going to be important, Mampepe is here, Katie's here, I'll stick around for a while, just to make sure that you understand what CEDA has to offer, because there's quite a lot. If you have not registered with CEDA yet, please do. I'm not selling CEDA services now, but it is important that we assist you with your business wherever you are at. I spoke about Mauritius, I spoke about Milan, I spoke about, Dubai. There's a lot more from where that is coming from. So we would want to make sure that we assist you to go out into the world and not only, go and do what you can do in your own little corner, but you share it with the world. I thank you.
Thank you, boss. That's my boss. Please help. I think I'm okay. Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you so much, Colin. And I couldn't share as to what is Portia M's turnover. You know, most we sign confidentiality agreements. So it's okay if you are the one that actually, just to also ease you off. If you are going to be a CEDA client, you are rest assured that we sign a confidentiality agreement with you to say we won't be able to share your information, be it your idea, with any second person. So your information is safe. And maybe just to also emphasize on the She Trades program, if you become a member of the She Trades program, there's quite a lot of opportunities that sits there. Even with the opportunities that Mr. Lushowe has spoken about of exposing you to go overseas, to actually go and sell your wares. She Trades, if it's a specific program that is designed for women, as he rightfully said so. So please, I'll urge you to please register for that. Maybe at the end, I'll also give you the responsible person, Ms. Leah Sharon's contact details. And, just to add on, Mr. Colin, in terms of our trip last week to Portia M, I was very excited and I was humbled to actually also learn that the logo was actually done by CEDA, which she now, prides herself with under the EDF. I was very excited. In terms of us taking her to the Egoli Bio for 3 years, I was very excited. But the most thing that really excited me was the fact that the ISO flag, the SABS ISO flag, as you said, she is one of the best manufacturers in South Africa, and her factory had to be certified. It was through some of the trainings that we offer, and she said to me, "Sis Kate, there's one training you did years back, you did ISO 9000, I'm like, yeah, And now her factory is compliant. So please, if you are not a CEDA client, we urge you, we invite you to visit our website. It's www.ceda.org.za. If you're not coming from Gauteng, around Gauteng we have branches. We've got a branch in Braamfontein, we've got one in Kempton Park, we've got one in Tshwane, and under Tshwane we've got about 9 co-locations due to the township economy that we are trying, to support businesses that come from the township. And definitely as an organization, we are and do support women-owned businesses. So without wasting time, and as we continue with our program, we will break for coffee and tea. But while we're there, they will also be playing for us some videos. And for those that couldn't attend physically, they can actually go to Facebook. The handle is @GautengDED, for those that would love to actually join in. So let's take I think it's about 15-minute break, leg stretch, and we'll come back. It's just a break for, going to the bathroom, some coffee and tea, and we'll gather back again. I think we are running against time. We are actually behind. Let's just take about 15 minutes and come back. Thank you so much.
My name is Balisa, my surname is Lepallo. We run a cosmetics manufacturing company that specializes in research and development, contract manufacturing, formulation services, and community empowerment training programs. I am a technical individual. I'm a chemical engineer by profession. I believe in innovation and setting trends within the market that we're in. So I noticed a gap and an opportunity for us to excel within research and development within cosmetics. The journey has been beautiful and very much phenomenal. We have different clients across all spectrums, from salons to privately owned brands to white labeling. So the journey has been very beautiful with its own challenges and lessons to learn.
My name is Adis Paswan. Okay, my company is called P Unit Services and Projects. P Unit is an umbrella. It's an umbrella. It has a lot of branches, but we are mainly focusing on manufacturing. What inspired us to be on manufacturing? We're basically manufacturing motoho wa mabele 100% from sorghum. So the reason we did that, we saw that not many, like for instance, I'm making an example from Makheu. They did not have motoho wa mabele at the time when we started with the manufacturing, which is on 2001. And the reason why we did that is because we know that sorghum is very healthy for digestive system, also boost immune system. It's very good with the infants as well. It's very good with people with diabetes, people with high blood pressure, people with bulimia. So what drove me to this point is because I myself had bulimia. I struggled a lot with bulimia after I suffered from anorexia. So after having a lot of motoho wa mabele, that's when I started, my immune system got boosted. That's why I started doing it. It helped me. I believed it might help someone else. And it did, because our manufacturing reached out to Sebokeng Hospital around Val Triangle. It reached out to Kopanong Hospital. It reached out to Roots and other pick and pay stores and believe you me, a lot of people, a lot of our customers are grandparents. They are old people, because it boosts their immune system. They get strong. If you have it in the morning, you will go the whole day. No idea is ever small. You should be able to motivate yourself. Don't give up. Whatever that you have in mind, it doesn't matter what. Don't think it's any less. It's any less. If you think of doing something, don't even think about tomorrow. Do it now. Would you like me to repeat that again? Please. Okay. Yeah, so I was saying, no idea is ever small. It doesn't matter what you think of. Like myself, little did I know that who would ever know that motoho wa mabele specifically would make so much impact in other people's lives. So it doesn't matter what you think of doing, whether you're selling kota, whether it's nails or whatever, you can go big with that. Like myself, it's small. My business is very small at this current moment, but I have a strong belief that it will reach out to the continent, to Africa. I want to explore that far. So believe in yourself. That's what I can say. Believe in yourself. Don't ever doubt yourself. Pressure, push up, panda. That's what you have to do.
My name is Jean Matsani. I'm from Cresta side. So our company is called C4H, which stands for We Care for Hair. We use natural hair products, natural ingredients as well, such as moringa, your hemp, and umbuno tree as well. Well, I was struggling to find hair products for my own hair, and also my mom also used to steal my products. So I thought, okay, let me make something for myself. And then she used to always put it on and be like, oh, maybe we should do this more. Let's try it out other people. So that's how it actually started. And we started selling it to her work colleagues, my friends, and yeah, from there it actually started to pick up. The challenges, I would say, are probably like space. We don't have like a space where we do the manufacturing, and also the trying to get into stores, but like online we're there. So yeah, I think those are the biggest challenges that we actually face.
So my name is Buhletati, and my company name is 12 Teaspoons. 12 Teaspoons is actually inspired by my children because I wanted to give them an opportunity to live a cleaner life. Yeah, so 12 Teaspoons is basically about clean living. It's clean cosmetic care, clean extracts, clean, just clean personal care products. Okay, the reason why my kids motivated me, if I can call it that, to start 12 Teaspoons is because before I had my children, I suffered from an ovarian cyst. And when I did my research, I learned that it's because of all the chemicals, the chemical relaxers, all the other chemicals that are in our body care, skin care products, in our hair care products, that can actually contribute to the formations of such cancers, specifically in Black women. And this was a very long time ago, obviously. But I made it my mission to help my girls, because I've got 2 daughters, to see that there is an alternative out there, that they can actually use effective products, but that are clean. So it's more clean beauty. My journey it's not an easy one. I actually decided in 2020 that I'm going to learn how to actually formulate properly. So how 12 Teaspoons actually came about was the very first product that I formulated, which wasn't a formal thing. It was a hair butter that I'd use on my kids and on my hair. And I'd share the recipe. So I realized that it was 12 ingredients. And just to make things easy for people, I'd say, okay, you must add 2 teaspoons of shea butter, a teaspoon of coconut oil, that's how I actually described it. But based on the 12 ingredients, that's how I actually came up with 12 teaspoons.
My name is Balisa, my surname is Lepallo. We run a cosmetics manufacturing company that specializes in research and development, contract manufacturing, formulation services, and community empowerment training programs. I am a technical individual. I'm a chemical engineer by profession. I believe in innovation and setting trends within the market that we're in. So I noticed a gap and an opportunity for us to excel within research and development within cosmetics. The journey has been beautiful and very much phenomenal. We have different clients across all spectrums, from salons to privately owned brands to white labeling. So the journey has been very beautiful with its own challenges and lessons to learn.
My name is Adis Paswan. Okay, my company is called P Unit Services and Projects. P Unit is an umbrella. It's an umbrella. It has a lot of branches, but we are mainly focusing on manufacturing. What inspired us to be on manufacturing? We're basically manufacturing mutoho wa mabele 100% from sorghum. So the reason we did that, we saw that not many, like for instance, I'm making an example from Makheu. They did not have mutoho wa mabele at the time when we started with the manufacturing, which is on 2001. And the reason why we did that is because we know that sorghum is very healthy for digestive system, also boost immune system. It's very good with the infants as well. It's very good with people with diabetes, people with high blood pressure, people with bulimia. So what drove me to this point is because I myself had bulimia. I struggled a lot with bulimia after I suffered from anorexia. So after having a lot of motoho wa mabele, that's when I started, my immune system got boosted. That's why I started doing it. It helped me. I believed it might help someone else. And it did, because our manufacturing reached out to Sebokeng Hospital around Val Triangle. It reached out to Kopanong Hospital. It reached out to Roots and other pick and pay stores and believe you me, a lot of people, a lot of our customers are grandparents. They are old people, because it boosts their immune system. They get strong. If you have it in the morning, you will go the whole day. No idea is ever small. You should be able to motivate yourself. Don't give up. Whatever that you have in mind, it doesn't matter what. Don't think it's any less. It's any less. If you think of doing something, don't even think about tomorrow. Do it now. Would you like me to repeat that again? Please. Okay. Yeah, so I was saying no idea is ever small. It doesn't matter what you think of. Like myself, little did I know that who would ever know that motoho wa mabele specifically would make so much impact in other people's lives. So it doesn't matter what you think of doing, whether you're selling kota, whether it's nails or whatever, you can go big with that. Like myself, it's small. My business is very small at this current moment, but I have a strong belief that it will reach out to the continent, to Africa. I want to explore that far. So believe in yourself. That's what I can say. Believe in yourself. Don't ever doubt yourself. Pressure, push up, panda. That's what you have to do.
My name is Jean Matsani. I'm from Cresta side. So our company is called C4H, which stands for We Care for Hair. We use natural hair products, natural ingredients as well, such as moringa, your hemp, and umbuno tree as well. Well, I was struggling to find hair products for my own hair, and also my mom also used to steal my products. So I thought, okay, let me make something for myself. And then she used to always put it on and be like, oh, maybe we should do this more. Let's try it out other people. So that's how it actually started. And we started selling it to her work colleagues, my friends, and yeah, from there it actually started to pick up. The challenges, I would say, are probably space. We don't have a space where we do the manufacturing, and also the trying to get into stores, but online we're there. So yeah, I think those are the biggest challenges that we actually face.
So my name is Buhletati, and my company name is 12 Teaspoons. 12 Teaspoons is actually inspired by my children, because I wanted to give them an opportunity to live a cleaner life. Yeah, so 12 Teaspoons is basically about clean living. It's clean cosmetic care, clean extracts, clean, just clean personal care products, okay? The reason why, my kids motivated me, if I can call it that, to start 12 Teaspoons is because before I had my children, I suffered from an ovarian cyst. And when I did my research, I learned that it's because of all the chemicals, the chemical relaxers, all the other chemicals that are in our body care, skin care products, in our hair care products, that can actually contribute to the formations of such cancer, specifically in Black women. And this was a very long time ago, obviously. But I made it my mission to help my girls, because I've got 2 daughters, to see that there is an alternative out there, that they can actually use effective products, but that are clean. So it's more clean beauty. My journey it's not an easy one. I actually decided in 2020 that I'm going to learn how to actually formulate properly. So how 12 teaspoons actually came about was the very first product that I formulated, which wasn't a formal thing. It was a hair butter that I'd use on my kids and on my hair. And you know, I'd share the recipe. So I realized that it was 12 ingredients, and just to make things easy for people, I'd say, okay, you must add 2 teaspoons of shea butter, a teaspoon of coconut oil, you know, that's how I actually described it. But based on the 12 ingredients, that's how I actually came up with 12 teaspoons.
someone, if there's anyone that's missing a cell phone, they should go to registration. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And we are live streaming on Facebook at Gauteng DED. And there's also some few hashtags, which are hashtag Buy From Women, hashtag Choose Women, and hashtag Choose a Nation. So without wasting time, I would like to introduce Ms. Sipati. Ms. Sipati is an accomplished business executive, leadership and entrepreneurial development expert through Sawel, HD Africa Innovation Hub, and Board Academy. And women, you know, Nizimbogot, you're mothers, you're beautiful. You are everything that we can actually think of. And thank you for being here. And with that, I'd like you again to thank yourself. Ushayela izandla kakhulu, kakhulu. Ulilizela. Woo! You've made it. You're going to make it. You know? Yes, definitely. And this coming up session with Sipati, she will be leading the panel discussion. There's about 5 of those. So, Bantu, with a lot of vavavum, asimsukumisenu Sipati. Let's clap hands for her. Welcome, Sipati. Woohoo!
Dumelang, Sanbonani. That's as far as I go. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. What a beautiful, stunning event this is. I think for me personally, I am at home. So this is basically what I do for a living through different companies. I do leadership development for women through Sawel. I do entrepreneurship development for the continent through HD Innovation Hub. And I do board leadership training and placements for men and women globally. So it's more or less right up my alley, and I'm very excited to be here, and I want to thank the organizers. I want to thank the organizers for this opportunity and for the honor, and also thank them for the work that they've done. Aren't you guys tired of attending luncheons and high teas and conversations after conversations? I think in honor of Women's Month, if you really think about it, the 1956 women, if all they gathered for was high teas and conversations, would we be here today? Absolutely not. So this next session that we're going into, I'm giving you all the role players you need in the ecosystem to make your business a success. So starting with the first session, we're talking investment initiatives. I want to call up on stage Old Mutual Masizani's Tina Sibuse. And from business partners, Yanga Jakubeni. From Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, Pumlile Chiredo. And finally, from National Youth Development Agency, the famous NYDA. we know if you start a business, that's the first point of contact, right? Murunwa Mutiba. Welcome, ladies. Thank you so much for honoring the invitation. In this conversation, basically, we're going to discuss and explain the investment opportunities that their organizations have to offer for you ladies if you have a business idea or you're currently pursuing or running a business. And without any further ado, let me just get my questions. There we go. Suddenly I can't see. Okay. So I'm going to start from Old Mutual, if it's okay, my former employer. What are the investment opportunities that Old Mutual has in place, particularly the Masizane platform for women entrepreneurs?
Okay. Good day, good morning to the beautiful house. Thank you for having me here. So Sunnyside has been around for 16 years now. We were established with the sole purpose of alleviating poverty, reducing unemployment, and reducing inequality as well. So bringing on female entrepreneurs in the space. Primarily, we look at black-owned businesses. That is first and foremost. But when you drill a level further, you look at certain demographics that have been previously disadvantaged. You look at female businesses, female-owned businesses, your youth-owned businesses, and people living with disability. We provide finance, SME finance, and business support or non-financial support, which can also come in the form of capacity building, looking at mentorship, looking at coaching as part of the package of the investment. So we do SME funding. That's primarily the investment opportunities we have, looking at the different stages or life cycle of a business, right? From your early stage to when now it's growing to now when it's matured, and looking to exit a certain market and looking to now diversify the revenue streams. That's pretty much where we play.
And how do the ladies find you? So I just started a business yesterday and
Yeah.
I want money.
I would want to check if you've been to CEDA first. Have you been to CEDA? So we have our website. We're on masisizanefund.co.za. You can also contact us via WhatsApp on 060-583-9919, where you just tell us the name of your business, what you're looking for, and then we can take it from there. And it's not managed by a robot. It's a human being behind that.
Is it a woman?
It's this woman behind it.
Lovely. Business partners, same question. What opportunities do you have for women and how do you support them?
Good day to everyone in the house. So in terms of business partners, just a bit of background in terms of who we are and where we started. Business Partners is around 40 years old, and we primarily focus on the SME sector. So we are also very invested in terms of the giving back to the greater society and funding businesses within the SME sector. In terms of the opportunities that we have, we do look at whatever the funding needs are of that specific business. So we really finance anything. We've had different scenarios where we'll fund property, and one of the ways in which we assist businesses, unlike your traditional funding platforms, is we're actually able to do 100% property finance, for example, for owner-occupied properties, obviously within certain parameters where certain criteria are met by those business owners. So if you are a business owner, you've been renting for X amount of time at a specific premises, and you are looking to now be the owner of that specific property and have some assets on your balance sheet, then we can actually come in, and as far as that is concerned, we also do the working capital, and also depending on the needs of the business, if you are someone who's requiring equipment, because a lot of, like, we have our one entrepreneur here who has their 2 factories. So there's equipment finance that we also do with regards to that. And we try tailor our funding relating to what the business needs are. And I think that's pretty much one of our areas of expertise, to say that you'll have someone who, we'll call them investment officers or deal makers, which is something that I am as well at the company, and you'll have that relationship that you build with that individual to really understand what it is that your business needs. And sometimes you'll find that an individual comes looking just for funding, and they don't understand that there's other facets of their business that need assistance. So what we also have that we couple, I think similar to Masisizana, that we can basically couple with that funding need, as we have what we call a technical assistance fund, and we marry the two. Not all entrepreneurs will want to take up the technical assistance fund. It's very tailored to that specific business. So where you want to improve your processes, or where you want to improve something like a technical deficiency in your specific business, we can then team you up with an expert or a specialist in that area that can basically then help you to hold your hand, and then we can basically help your business in that sense. So that's pretty much what we do in a broad sense. as business partners. And I don't know if I should also say where they can find us as business partners. So we have our footprint across the country. We have offices all over the country, but our head office is in Houghton Estate. But we also do have a website, Business Partners. You can definitely find us there, and we are on various social media platforms, and we try to really gain that presence even on your LinkedIns, and that you can definitely find us on those social media platforms as well.
Thank you for that. Ladies, if you're not on LinkedIn, you're missing out. So
Yeah.
just by getting their names,
Yeah.
you already have the information. So Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, you want to tell us a bit about what you do?
Yes, thank you so much, and thanks for inviting us again to this wonderful conference. Good morning to everyone in the room. I'm Pumlile Chiredo, as has been said earlier on, and I represent Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, which is basically the agency of the Department of Economic Development. So the MC is actually our boss. Maybe briefly about our mandate. GEP exists for a very specific mandate, which is to support the small enterprises financially and non-financially. So I'm going to focus here on the financial support, which is the loans, because this is what we're sitting here for, and tell you about the products that we have. But before I even go there, I'll also tell you that we basically are Gauteng focused. So we are assisting or dealing with entrepreneurs that are based in Gauteng. For your business to be able to benefit from GEP or be assisted, it must operate within Gauteng. You may be doing business outside the province, but you must be actually based in the province. And we have the head office, obviously, in town, in Joburg, Marshalltown, and we have the footprint around the regions. In all regions, you find our offices there. What we do, basically, is to provide the loans to small enterprises in Gauteng. We have different products within the investment that we have. And obviously, we are not necessarily just supporting women, we're supporting enterprises in general. And within those different products that we have that I'm going to talk to, of course, then we are able to service all sorts of businesses. And we also servicing all sectors. We do not select certain sectors. We focus on all sectors. But obviously, you would know that certain sectors are more preferred than others because of the multiplicity effect that they have in terms of the jobs that we want and so on. So in terms of our products that we have, is that we have different products. So we have a startup finance, which is basically for businesses that are starting up. So if your business is just a startup and you need a kickstart fund, we are able to assist you with funding there. And the requirements, while the requirements are more standard, but we have specific requirements for specific products. So in this instance, you definitely then, because you are a startup, you have not operated, you will have to produce for us a business plan. What is it that you intend to do? How you intend to go about? Have you captured your markets and so on? Give us your financial projections and all of that, over and above other things that we also need. We also have expansion finance. That is now for the businesses that are here, have been existing, and want to expand. It's in the name of the product. So in that as well, we have a different fund that we have there. We are able to assist you to be able to grow your business from where it is to the next level. Then we also have contract finance. Contract finance is also in the name. This is when you have a contract that you need to go and service. You have a purchase order that you've been awarded, a tender that has been awarded. You need to go and service that tender. You are able to place an application with us, and we are able to process that and be able to assist you with. We also have the franchise funding. It's also in the name. If you want to enter into the franchise space, you are able to apply with us. But obviously, you must have done the spade work there, which is obviously to have a conversation with the franchisor, what their requirements are, what the funding requirements are. Sometimes they even request some upfront payments to secure that agreement. Some of the things like that must have been done before you actually come to us. So those are the basically products that we have. But we also have a youth fund product that we have implemented recently, because we actually want to attract a lot of young entrepreneurs to come into the space of business. And we really have a very special one there, because it's a blended finance type of a product where we are able to give you, we're trying to make it easier for entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs to enter the space. So it's a blended product wherein you get your loan and grant with it, so that you are able to ease the burden of credit there. So that's basically what we do. And I said the businesses must be based in Gauteng. That is a condition.
Yeah.
And for that, we do need to prove that. You need to give us
live in
the
Gauteng, okay.
business operations address and all of that. But over and above that, the businesses must be South African. They must be 100% owned by South Africans.
Okay. So sorry to cut you. We'll go into the criteria.
Okay,
in the next
okay,
question. Just give us the details of where we find you.
Okay, the regional offices, the main office is in 124 Main Street. That is the head office, and that is where the investment unit is based. But the regional offices, we have one in Krugersdorp, Westland. We have one in Citibank, Vereeniging. We have another one in Germiston. For Ekurhuleni, we have Tshwane in Hatfield. And Joburg is also in Johannesburg, where Marshalltown, where the head office is.
Wonderful.
And in our website, also all the information is there. Website, what is it?
Just Google Gauteng Enterprise
Yeah,
Propeller.
then you'll find all the information there. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. Osmorungwa, NYDA, that's the famous one that we go to. So tell us a little bit about it. And then immediately after that, I want you to tell us about the barriers that women face when they seek these solutions or empowerment programs.
All right, thank you. My name is Morongwa Mutiba. Let me stand on the established protocol and, acknowledge all those who have been acknowledged by those before me. And women, acknowledge yourselves as well as the highly esteemed guests of this event. I come from the National Youth Development Agency, where I serve as an investment and partnership specialist in the office of the Investment Committee Chairperson, Ms. Karabo Mohale, who is the NYDA Board Executive Deputy Chairperson. What you would know about this current board is that it's women-led. The president has appointed both the chairperson and a deputy chairperson, who are both young women and who are both visionaries and are tackling the inequalities that were previously, established in the organization. Normally, we would say that when you say the face of youth is normally a young man. So we're trying to dismantle that notion through some of the efforts that we're doing at the NYDA. You would know that the NYDA is a grant offering system. So I know that most of you would already know that, and you would know that we are focused on young people, which is defined by the Constitution as people under the age of 35 in this country. But over and above the grants that we offer, because we have noted that, challenges of operations and challenges of empowering women go beyond the grant. We also offer the Solomon Mahlangu Scholarship, of which 54% of its recipients under the current leadership are women. And this scholarship aims to empower young people academically in order for them to be able to do either their work-led interventions as well as their enterprise interventions. And lastly, we have the non-financial support that is provided through our business management training that enables and capacitates those who are lacking in some way to be able to propel their businesses forward. But you would know that 1 billion to solve the crisis of youth unemployment and to mainstream young people is inadequate. So we leverage this through our partnerships. We have a program that we run with MICTA embassies, that is Mexico, Indonesia, as well as Korea and Turkey, where we empower young women by training them on e-commerce, taking pictures of their products, high quality pictures, social media capacitation, as well as knowing how to price their goods. Because there's a challenge with young women and knowing their worth in terms of the quality of produce that they offer so that they can be competitive and sustainable in the market. So that is a program that we've successfully been running with our partners, and we are seeing it yield great results. Also on an anecdotal level, Hazel, we recently took a cohort of young people people to Brazil, Sao Paulo, to Pericaba, for them to be capacitated on agricultural business training interventions with the high level of ingenuity that the University of Sao Paulo gives. So someone may be sitting here and say, Mara, you haven't even touched the surface of development in South Africa. What are you doing running all over the world? We do believe that South Africans are world class. The solutions and the ideas that South Africans have are world class. And if us as a development agency don't start to break that that glass ceiling, who will? And it is in this light that we are not only doing rural, township, and provincial interventions, but we are also taking our youth and our women to the world. Now we focus on ensuring that over 50% as a minimum is our target on a year-to-year basis for our grant applications and all our interventions. We have been falling short. I'm transiting to your second question now. We have been falling short on the grant. We have 44% at this stage. And that is primarily because we have women who have challenges formalizing their business. So the first impediment would be that most institutions would require you to be registered and all that. And women have been trading, some have been doing hair without a business, you know, and now they want to come to us to buy hair, for us to buy hair equipment for them. And the first barricade for them would then obviously be the registrations. So we take them through that entire process. But of course, you would know that that would be time consuming, whereas a young man would come in there with all his registrations that have been dormant for 2 years and now ask us for this and that, and we give that to them. So we are really working hard on ensuring that we're empowering women with the knowledge and the ability to be able to access all the opportunities available to them by being formalized and also having the right prerequisite and the criteria that all these other ladies are going to mention to you shortly.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you for that. Madam MC, you are not on my program, so are you here on behalf of CEDA?
No, there is someone that's coming on
Okay.
behalf of CEDA.
Okay.
I think we have two swap chairs. I need to sit on the other side because I was told to also come.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
We're just following orders. So ladies, I'm going to go back to business partners younger. On the barriers issue, and I think we saw that very much prevalent during COVID, when funds were made available for people to apply for to sustain their businesses, and most of the, like she alluded, most people didn't have their papers, if I can put it that way. So take us through that. Have we had any initiatives, programs to change that?
I do want to acknowledge that that is really a reality that we face. You'll find that for an institution like Business Partners, as much as we want to help entrepreneurs, we want to help especially your previously disadvantaged entrepreneurs and your women entrepreneurs, it becomes very difficult because when you talk about criteria is going to be the same across the board. So whether you are a male, whether you are a female, if there are certain boxes that need to be ticked, for example, with an existing business, and we talk about a viability that we need to do on our part, and we need to look at how has the business been performing over the past couple of years. If you don't have that on paper, it becomes very difficult for us to then step in and say that we're actually going to be assisting. So in terms of the barriers, that definitely is one of those, being the non-formalization of a lot of female-owned businesses. And in terms of initiatives to sort of try and change that, I think a lot of institutions now are coming forth to sort of educate the young entrepreneurs coming up to say that you need to have your business registered. These are the specific systems that you need to have in place. And most of these, I'll call them resources, are not as not accessible as they were previously. I mean, when you talk about accounting packages or when you talk about just having some form of formalization of your business. But that is just scratching the surface, I could say. There are so many more barriers to entry when it comes to access to funding. One of the conversations that we can also have is basically to speak to the whole collaboration aspect that has also been touched on with regards to our previous speakers. You'll find that when you compare females with their male male counterparts, you'll find that with a lot of males, there is almost like an immediate environment that fosters that development of, hey, Mjida, have you made sure that your business is in order? Where it comes to us, we're almost expected to prioritize other things, be it with societal expectations, be it with family, and all sorts of things that women are expected or perceived that they need to be taken care of. So I think that that's something else where if you don't have that sense of exposure to a community of other businesswomen and you aren't exposed to what you should be doing, then it becomes a bit difficult. So that's where the mentorship becomes very, very imperative in making sure that those barriers are then, broken down. Yeah.
Okay, and on that, I'm curious. I have a challenge. Every time I put up a call for women to participate, for example, on the 11th, we had an event at Gibbs through my company. And I said that entrepreneurs should come and showcase for free. Like we're not charging you anything. And that's a privilege for our members, our business members. Only 2 women showed up. Do you guys also experience that women don't show up for themselves more often?
Definitely.
Okay.
Definitely.
Can
I jump in?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I think I just want to make a practical example with regards to, for example, if I'm stationed at the office, you'll have clients who will call in, or you'll have clients who will obviously email, but sometimes you'll have walk-in clients. And 99% of the time, the walk-in clients are males. And sometimes there's no real rhyme or reason, there's no serious business plan that's in place, but they're just out there because they want to inquire. What is it that Business Partners does? This is the idea that I have. They're not intimidated by actually speaking to another individual and saying that this is the idea that I have in place. Whereas I think the other barrier that comes to play when it comes to women is there's an element of not necessarily trusting yourself and not necessarily believing that your business is going to be successful one day. And there's a lot of factors that play into that. It can be societal expectations, like I said, not having an ecosystem of people around you who are going to be able to encourage you. So just that ability to think that, okay, there's an event that's going to be held where I can showcase my product. The first thing I might be thinking as a woman is my product even good enough to showcase? And so that is the first barrier where you actually limit yourself before the funder is even able to say, we can't do this because of 1, 2, 3. You self-reject. And that's one of the unfortunate things.
Sure. Very sad indeed. Tina, you want to weigh in on that?
I think also just to add, is my mic on? I think also just to add on that, now it's on. Just to add on that, there's also an element of, for the longest time, women did not have a seat at the table. And that means they never had access to information. So till today, we still have that issue where women don't have access to information. We don't know how to reach women. Women don't know how to reach us, right? And automatically, when you think of a table, there are people who come to mind, and it's hardly ever a woman, right? And so there's a lot that women need to do, to your point, Yanga, to stand up for themselves, believe in yourself, remove the imposter syndrome. You are good for it. You've met women who, if you look at businesses that are run by women, they are operating at a heart, right? They operate with the heart. There's a feel to it. Yeah. So there's that uniqueness that they bring to how they approach solutions, how they approach business, which actually puts them at competitive advantage. But often we're told to take back the emotions out of it. But that for us is our competitive advantage. So as women, we need to embrace that. And I think also looking at the attitude of women that we like to deal with, not just women, but as entrepreneurs, we want you to be teachable, right? So once you have gotten your foot into a platform, or once you've gotten that seat at the table, you need to be teachable. If we're saying, based on how you model, because what we do at Masane, we do a very in-depth analysis of the business. We try to understand the business, and that's why we don't turn it around in 24 hours in our defense. We understand the business, how you operate it, who are the people behind it, right? So wherever we identify the gaps, we will tell you that maybe let's put 1, 2, 3 into place. We have a value add that we put in place. So say in the first 100 days, we've identified that the business can actually benefit from different pricing strategies. Using our networks as well, we sometimes plug our SMEs we facilitate introduction to give them an access to market, to say there's actually an arbitrage that we finance that sits here, you run a retail, please procure from him, and then they, from her, procure from her, and then they get together. So we're actually deliberate in ensuring that we allow women to be part of business and own themselves as well.
Wonderful. I think I cannot agree more with my colleagues, especially I like what she says, that you'd find that the walk-ins, 90% of them are men. And they walk in to find out what is it that is done here, what can I do for my business. But I want to add and say, again, 90% of the informal businesses are women businesses. And I think it's because of the other responsibilities that women have. A woman has a responsibility to make sure that kids have eaten. And therefore, they are sitting on a stall and make sure that I sell today. They don't have the luxury of time like men have to be going around and knocking in doors, asking for what is going on. Right? And that's a fact. And also, I read another study that was done on challenges that face women, and the question was very specific. Why is it that if you go to these funding institution, DFIs, you find that most of the funding that has been disbursed, most of it went to male-owned businesses and not to women? And the finding there was actually very interesting for me, because it said, oftentimes women are very honest with their financials.
Yeah.
So when they do their financials, they really project the reality, whereas a male tend to be bold.
Are you saying we must lie? We must meet the men halfway?
No, I'm not saying you must lie, but I actually want to put it and say, instead of lying, maybe we must learn to be bold, and also just go, out there and say, I want 2 million as well, and see what happens. You know why? Because the investors, when they look at your application, they also have the same mentality that we know that projections are inflated. So when they then deal with your projections to try and scale down, and you were honest, you are already being put on a wrong side. So I found it very interesting, and I think there's something that we can learn there, to make our applications, more successful than those of men.
Like you've heard.
Yes. So sometimes it's in these little things.
And uncles, before you approach Gauteng Enterprise Propeller. I did ask you, so I want to maybe give the floor, just one question and one comment, because time-wise we're not doing so well.
Can I please just say something so that as and when we're having interactions, they can also interact with this little bit that I have to say. The colleague said that women often don't have access to information. So I want, show me your hands, how many of you have a product that you think is ready to go on the shelf? Lovely. So I'm in the right room with the right people, and I just want to share with you that on the 24th to the 30th of September, the High Commission of South Africa to Singapore is celebrating and hosting a focus week in Singapore that celebrates the 30 years of trade relations. Now, we've partnered with the High Commission as well as the South African Chamber of Commerce in Singapore, as well as Enterprise Singapore, to make sure that every business that is able to attend that event is matched with the right market participants on the other side. So for young people, we have set aside I think it's 2 spaces to take 2 businesses of young people to Singapore. But those who can self-fund are more than welcome to contact me during the lunch session, and we can see how we integrate them into the process. Because it's not necessary that you open your second store in Cape Town. You might as well open your second store like Carol Boys, like Nando's, like Baggies Biltong. You might as well take your stuff to Singapore like they have done. You're good enough.
Wonderful. Thank you. So do you have a question? A question? Not yet. Can I let them go? No. Okay. Questions. So where's the mic?
Thank you very much. My name is Tshego Dludla. I am the founder of RoboSteam Train. We do coding and robotics for primary school underprivileged children. My question is, all of this I'm hearing speaks to more product-based businesses. So if you need equipment, back when I qualified, I tried to go to NYDA, and my issue was, I've got the equipment that I need because I'm already in the schools, but I'm a services-based business. So what can the panel, in your different capacities, maybe not all of you, but how can you help services-based businesses where most of our problem is either operational expenses and stuff like that, where our equipment is minimal, but our work is more, I need to pay salaries to get to the clients, I need a car to get to the clients, you know, things like that.
That's a really good question.
Yeah.
So, do you want to take it?
At the NYDA, we're actually two-pronged now. I don't know how far back your story goes, but we are two-pronged now. We do have the non-financial support, which is when we actually ask you, what do you need for your business to be a success? And you tell us you need a computer and so forth, and we buy that for you. But we also have from as little as 2,000, but our maximum is 250,000 because we're really trying to upgrade the entry-level companies. We do work well as a feeder to the CEDA as well as the DTIC's Black Industrialist programs, and we always have information in that regard. So we do cater for service as well as product companies who don't need products but need the finance. The finance is available from the small scale of 2,000 and so to about 250,000. And we give access to information with regards to the CEDA as well as the Black Industrialist program. And the grant part of the GEP Youth Fund comes from us as well. So on the 6th of September, we will be signing the MOU at our offices, where we will be taking this 3-year initiative to empower young people by having the grant element as well as the loan element in partnership with the GEP.
Yeah. Solutions.
Yeah.
I think this is going to be an impactful session. So hang in there. Do you want to weigh in on that?
Sure. So historically, my study has been more focused on a number of sectors, right? Particularly looking at sectors that create jobs, looking at your manufacturing, agriculture, and everything that is product-led, right? But we've recently taken a step to have a sector-agnostic approach to say even in services industry, there is a finance requirement. If you can show that or demonstrate what you're responding to, then we definitely can chip in. If, for example, you've landed a contract, you need to procure licenses. Licenses are not physical things. But if you're in the IT space, you need the license and you need it before you get paid. It's part of your working capital. We definitely can finance it. But you need to show us what you're responding to. So what does your market look like? Do you currently have a contract in place? Do you have a pipeline that maybe you're responding to that says if you have these, then you're definitely likely to get it. So services definitely we can look at.
Okay, just a quick yes or no.
Yeah, we
Yes.
it's a yes from me as well.
Also a
GEP does also support in that regard.
Okay, and you
Also a yes from us.
okay, wonderful stuff. So one last question for this panel, and then I have to let them go.
All right. Oh, sanibonani.
Sawubona.
Yeah. Okhulumayo uPenny Ndlovu from eThwathwa. I'm an entrepreneur engeke ngisho ukuthi isemgangathweni ngoba ngisaqala. And then but I'm happy to be part of the conference. Why? Because part of me, I'm also running a business forum whereby we have youth, and then youth, we trained more than 50 youth at eThwathwa to become entrepreneurs, and therefore, akuzanga kusaba ne follow up ezobancedisa. We took them for EYNDA for e-training. They came once to train them for e-life coaching, and they say they're coming for a follow-up to assist them. And then they were dumped. Azanga basancediswa ukuya phambili. And remember, most of the kids are youth-headed, and of which Tina as abantu ngama-role models emphakathini. We're trying ukuthi sibancedise ukuthi bangangeni ku-crime. But what we are doing, ngazi ukuthi yinto engayindawo. Kusho ukuthi sisebenzela nje like idata elithelwe amanzi emhlane. And my other question is on ngiyacabanga, you know, ama-officials we put them on the group chats, youth, so that even if they've got information they must put, but they don't do anything since Baba Shiegu life coaching. And my other question is based on CEDA. That's why I'm getting Nyabonga, because I'm financed for testing my detergents. But ubhlungu bubodwa ukuthi, do you do any follow-ups on the organization that is assisting on testing products? Because I've been approved payment for testing my detergents to SABS, of which I'm told that they have MOU with it beside other organizations, and I have to wait into elingana nabo 7 to 8 months. I'm a product, so I'm angatestwang, but I'm approved. And then ngaleso skati, our department is doing good economy. Ukuthi basifunele market to supply with macro. Can I really go and supply without SABS approved? So we are stuck. Sifuna ukusho ukuthi we are stuck. We've got products, but we are stuck. If you provide imali, make sure that you have a follow-up to see that labantu anything nama MOU nabo, do they do their work? Amen.
Amen. And on that note, I am going to let you ladies go. So please go straight to the holding room so that you can start the mics.
I'm having the mic.
The next panel.
Can I?
No, there's unfortunately there's no time to respond. But I mean, they did give out their details, so they can go to the offices or call or follow up. Okay, I think that's fair. So please go to the holding rooms to change the mics with them. But thank you so much for your time, ladies. Let's give
My name is Balisa, my surname is Lepallo. We run a cosmetics manufacturing company that specializes in research and development, contract manufacturing, formulation services, and community empowerment training programs. I am a technical individual. I'm a chemical engineer by profession. I believe in innovation and setting trends within the market that we're in. So I noticed a gap and an opportunity for us to excel within research and development within cosmetics. The journey has been beautiful and very much phenomenal. We have different clients across all spectrums, from salons to privately owned brands to white labeling. So the journey has been very beautiful with its own challenges and lessons to learn.
My name is Adis Paswan. Okay, my company is called P Unit Services and Projects. P Unit is an umbrella. It's an umbrella. It has a lot of branches, but we are mainly focusing on manufacturing. what inspired us to be on manufacturing. We're basically manufacturing motoho wa mabele, 100% from sorghum. So the reason we did that, we saw that not many, like for instance, I'm making an example from Makheu, they did not have motoho wa mabele at the time when we started with the manufacturing, which is on 2001. And the reason why we did that is because we know that sorghum is very healthy for digestive system, also boost immune system. It's very good with the infants as well. It's very good with people with diabetes, people with high blood pressure, people with bulimia. So what drove me to this point is because I myself had bulimia. I struggled a lot with bulimia after I suffered from anorexia. So after having a lot of motoho wa mabele, that's when I started, my immune system got boosted. That's why I started doing it. It helped me. I believed it might help someone else. And it did, because our manufacturing reached out to Sebokeng Hospital around Val Triangle. It reached out to Kopanong Hospital. It reached out to Roots and other pick and pay stores and believe you me, a lot of people, a lot of our customers are grandparents. They are old people, because it boosts their immune system. They get strong. If you have it in the morning, you will go the whole day. No idea is ever small. You should be able to motivate yourself. Don't give up. Whatever that you have in mind, it doesn't matter what. Don't think it's any less. It's any less. If you think of doing something, don't even think about tomorrow. Do it now. Would you like me to repeat that again? Please. Okay. Yeah, so I was saying, no idea is ever small. It doesn't matter what you think of. Like myself, little did I know that who would ever know that motoho wa mabele specifically would make so much impact in other people's lives. It's small, my business is very small at this current moment, but I have a strong belief that it will reach out to the continent, to Africa. I want to explore that far. So believe in yourself. That's what I can say. Believe in yourself. Don't ever doubt yourself. Pressure, push up, panda. That's what you have to do.
My name is Jean Matsani. I'm from Cresta side. So our company is called C4H, which stands for We Care for Hair. We use natural hair products, natural ingredients as well, such as moringa, your hemp, and umbuno tree as well. Well, I was struggling to find hair products for my own hair, and also my mom also used to like steal my products. So I thought, okay, let me make something for myself. And then she used to always like put it on and be like, oh, maybe we should do this more. Let's try it out other people. So that's how it actually started. And we started selling it to her work colleagues, my friends, and yeah, from there it actually started to pick up. The challenges I would say are probably like space. We don't have like a space where we do the manufacturing. And also the trying to get into stores, but like online we're there. So yeah, I think those are the biggest challenges that we actually face.
So my name is Buhletati, and my company name is 12 Teaspoons. 12 Teaspoons is actually inspired by my children, because I wanted to give them an opportunity to live a cleaner life. Yeah, so 12 Teaspoons is basically about clean living. It's clean cosmetic care, clean extracts, clean, just clean personal care products, okay? The reason why, my kids motivated me, if I can call it that, to start 12 Teaspoons is because before I had my children, I suffered from an ovarian cyst. And when I did my research, I learned that it's because of all the chemicals, the chemical relaxers, all the other chemicals that are in our body care, skin care products, in our hair care products, that can actually contribute to the formations of such cancers, specifically in Black women. And this was a very long time ago, obviously. But I made it my mission to help my girls, because I've got 2 daughters, to see that there is an alternative out there, that they can actually use effective products, but that are clean. So it's more clean beauty. My journey it's not an easy one. I actually decided in 2020 that I'm going to learn how to actually formulate properly. So how 12 Teaspoons actually came about was the very first product that I formulated, which wasn't a formal thing. It was a hair butter that I'd use on my kids and on my hair. And I'd share the recipe. So I realized that it was 12 ingredients, and just to make things easy for people, I'd say, okay, you must add 2 teaspoons of shea butter, a teaspoon of coconut oil, that's how I actually described it. But based on the 12 ingredients, that's how I actually came up with 12 teaspoons.
Transformation. Who am I missing? I have 4 people. Okay, all right. That's okay. So a quick introduction of our panel. We have Coca-Cola Beverage South Africa, Petunia Mkabela. Proudly South African. From Proudly South African, we have Ms. Janine van Straten. Did I say it correctly?
Yes.
And from Google, we have Fabian Elliott. I think it's obvious. Fabian. And then from Women African Tourism, we have Mulebo Heng Matli.
Probably is there.
Nice to meet you, ladies and gents. So let's get straight into it. The previous conversation, we were talking about barriers in terms of funding. I want you to take us through barriers in terms of access to markets. What, in your experience, do you see women struggling with mostly in terms of access to markets? We can start with you.
Thank you for that. So, from a CCBSA perspective, we understand that it is also incumbent on us as business to make sure that we create that access to market. So I'd like to change the conversation more to talk to how we are ensuring that businesses have got that access to market. We've recently signed a MOU with the Gauteng Department of Economic Development, and it's precisely to address the issue around access to market. We're focusing on 4 key areas. So the one is around enterprise development, or enterprises that are operating in the different spaces. And we have a great program called Business in a Box that looks at the township business in the spaza shop space, a car wash, a chisanyama, a bakery, a restaurant. We support those people, those women, those young people, to run those sustainable businesses. So making sure that you've got the required tools, you've got the business development support, you've got the infrastructure that you need in order to operate. We also then focus on SME. We have an SME fund as well. It's called the CCBSA Kula Nati Fund. And that fund seeks to create an opportunity for these businesses to get the funding, to get the capital that they need. Then we also focus on procurement opportunities. It was important for us as we signed the MOU to say, as a big business, it's often difficult for the local or the township business to get into the value chain of big business. So with our partnership, we are deliberate in saying, find us those businesses, let them come and be part of the value chain at CCBSA. And we are clear to say, where are we struggling? So what functions, or where are we struggling to find the black women? Where are the areas from a procurement perspective are we struggling to find the township business? And with our partnership, we are able to then say, bring them on board, let's assess what are some of the needs that they have, and how do we then get them on board in terms of procurement opportunities. So those are some of the ways in which, as CCBSA, we're saying, yes, there's a lot of challenges, but if we focus on the challenge, angeke siye ndawo. Yes.
Fabian, thank you for that. So let me come to you. Same question. How is Google helping to transform this space in terms of access to markets?
Yeah, so from a technological perspective, it's really a spectrum. So, helping businesses that aren't currently online or don't have an online presence to be able to access markets that way, helping them to be able to take those steps, set that foundation. But then also, if you already do have a footprint, how are you making the most of existing emerging technologies and other tools to really optimize and capitalize on that online presence? And so there's different programs and services that we support, across that spectrum. So we have programs if you just need to help get your business online, if you're not represented on, say, Google Maps, or you need help just, starting, getting a website, done, and then from there, being able to take advantage of other services. So for example, our Google Ads enterprise products and services to be able to advertise your business, through Google, different things of that nature. I think one of the things that's going to be really interesting over the next 12 to 18 months, though, is how generative AI has been democratized. And if you don't understand what that is, you might have heard of ChatGPT. Is anyone? A lot of people have heard of that. So basically, the underlying technology for that is called generative AI. And so, ChatGPT is an amazing consumer-facing tool that's really, changed the game in folks being able to access that type of technology. But there's also democratization happening on the enterprise side, where now it's easier to use those type of tools, within your business, and you don't have to know how to code. You can drag and drop and do different things. So I think that's going to be really the next phase, is now that a lot of the capabilities that used to require you to be an expert coder or a data scientist has been democratized, and I think that's where we really have to focus on, making sure we raise awareness on those solutions and, help train folks to be able to leverage them.
So how can these beautiful ladies find you in terms of the programs that you're offering as Google? I know we ran one together last year with Saul and HD Africa, but it was for the continent. So just maybe one or two of your programs that they can take advantage of this year.
Yeah, one of the popular ones is called the Hustle Academy. I actually met a young woman that went through that program over coffee earlier today. So the Hustle Academy is an online digitally remote program that basically takes you through all those steps that I mentioned, leveraging Google solutions, Google experts, things of that nature. So you can just Google Hustle Academy. You can add Google into that search if you'd like, and you'll find a landing page with information on those sessions and how to get involved. If you have a more, say, like a tech startup, type of business, you can also just Google our Google for Startups hub. And so it's a huge hub that gives access to all of our different programs. So like, for example, I'm specifically on the Google Cloud team. We have specific cloud resources that fall under that umbrella. And so I typically like to direct folks to the Google for Startups hub, because it helps you navigate the world of Google in regards to your startup and what's available.
Awesome, thank you. So from Women African Tourism, Leboheng, how do you guys support women in terms of these barriers that we've been talking about this morning?
Thank you so much. So as the Women African Tourism Board, number one, I think it's important to, just assert that, one, we had to be established to navigate and be intentional in regards to creating opportunities for women in the tourism sector. That is confirmed to be the second largest in the world. And now we've got about 52 countries, turning over about 21 billion. The question is that of this 21 billion, employing about 21 million people, how many women actually play in that space? So the Women African Tourism Board then comes in to navigate and help women find opportunities across the continent, because half the time we've got all these countries with so much offering, South Africa being on the top 5. Women are not only just active participants, but they are limited within the South African or the SADC market. And we're here to say Africa is this big. You've got over 54 countries. You've got the AFCFTA that was signed in 2021. Do women even know what it is about? Beyond products like Porsche, how do we get them to start getting into the export and import market? But more than anything, how do we actually offer women information in understanding the total value chain of tourism? We talk of job creation, skills development, funding, but how do we fund businesses, potential business, prospective businesses that are not even aware of the opportunities that are there? Tourism in Africa or South Africa specifically is still limited to destination. Every woman wants to own a hotel or a B&B, and there's nothing wrong with that. But you want to talk of entertainment, cuisine, textile, fashion, all of that forms part of the value chain of tourism. And we say we need to harness the tourism value chain in totality and start allowing women to interpret it first at their own level, from rural to township and the elite market, and collaborate and help them navigate the African market. And coordination is the biggest challenge. So we believe in partnership with government, and we're happy to partner and work with local government, provincial government, national government, but include the private sector and the key players in how we can start developing programs that are informative, educational, to help women tap out of their comfort zone and start exploring opportunities in the continent.
Wonderful. So I'm going to come to you now. It's a nice segue actually from SA Tourism to Proudly SA. So what programs do you have that can assist women with access to markets?
100%. So our organization is the National Buy Local campaign, Proudly SA. And we lobby and we ask the public sector, the private sector, the everyday consumer to choose local when they buy. So we do education around the Made in SA label of origin, and also ask them to look out for our logo. And that's the work that we do. We educate around the messaging, why it's important to buy local, the socioeconomic problems the country's facing, etc., job creation. But we're also a membership-based organization. So companies affiliate with us, they come on board, we vet them in accordance with 4 key criteria. We look at local content, because of course we don't want to promote a product coming in from another country. Local content. Quality, our logo has a tick within it, and it's very important because we want consumers to have a good experience. They must be safe when they enjoy the product or the service of our member. And then also we check environmental standards. Is the company doing what it can to reduce its carbon footprint? And also, is the company treating its employees fairly? So we vet in accordance with 4 key criteria. The company comes on board, is able to utilize the logo, and then our value proposition, which is really geared towards access to market opportunities. So you did ask what was the biggest barrier, and it's usually the funding question, funding, etc. Access to markets, yes, but there is unfortunately still out there with big business, and I think that's what CCBSA is also trying to just create an awareness that you can trust small business. Trust, I think, is the biggest barrier at the moment. So I think what we've done as an organization is we have partners that we do business with, CCBSA, those big corporates who have ESD initiatives. Also, the Gauteng province is one of our key partners, the Department of Small Business Development, the DTIC, etc. So we can't fund a business, but we can provide an access to market opportunity. And I've mentioned the 3 spheres of society: government, the private sector, as well as consumers. So we've actually created platforms to support, online platforms, to support our member companies in really thriving and getting and growing as a company. So Portia M was mentioned, that's a member of ours. Miante Manufacturing, Wendy is at the back, that's a member of ours. She makes the best nuts. And then CCBSA is a member, Nombulelo, who left the stage now. SAB is a member company of ours. So it really is it's really a pool standing together to really make a difference in small business. When you hear the stories, and I really want to commend the province for putting up stories. When you hear the stories, you see the glimmer in the eye. I was sitting next to Wendy, and her whole face is shining when she talks about her business, and it's forever memorable. So those stories are important. We also tell the stories of our member companies, but those online tools are new to the campaign. It's a B2B market access platform gifted by one of our big corporate members, SAB, which we're eternally grateful for. That is for big business. So you list, come on board, become a member, you list on that platform, and we then matchmake you with a corporate buyer. So that's exciting. And we have an e-commerce platform. I'm going to talk forever, but we have an e-commerce strategy for the organization, also very new. So we partner all of these fancy e-commerce platforms that we all know and love and support. And we allow our members to enlist on these platforms. They can use the logo, our logo. So that's the key differentiator, to make sure you're buying local. A lot of consumers out there are looking for local businesses to buy from. So that the use of the logo will really make it known it's a South African product, etc. Our members get preferential listing, possibly even commission structures, and they exposed to a one day only has 3 million email subscribers. Our members can then access those 3 million potentially new customers. So it's all about spreading the word, and then what the campaign does, Proudly South African, drives the customers to those platforms. And very exciting what's to come, and in partnership with the DTIC, we'll also be launching our own e-commerce site. So it's very exciting times. And that's free for member companies, so that barrier to entry in terms of cost, etc., in terms of getting online, that can really be alleviated purely by being a Proudly SA member. And just to promote the campaign, it's 500 Rand, excluding VAT per annum, for your membership fee. So it's very affordable.
That was exactly my next question, so thank you for being proactive. My brother, Bonang Mohale, says that when you put a smartphone in the hands of a woman, or of women, not only do they transform their livelihoods, but that of their children, the community, and society. I want us to talk about technological transformation. Is it a barrier or an enabler? I'll start with Google.
Okay. Yeah, so I alluded a bit to it earlier. I think historically it's definitely been a barrier, just not only from infrastructure, as far as data, not only data costs and data speed. Like, I was amazed coming to South Africa, data is more expensive here than in the US. And so there's a lot of there's been a lot of different barriers, but it does seem like we're moving in the right direction, where there's a lot of initiatives to make data cheaper. For example, this is getting a bit technical, things people don't think about as much, but all the internet traffic that traverses the world, a lot of it is done through undersea cables. And so there's been a lot of new developments with undersea cables being able to handle more traffic in Africa and up and down the coast of Africa. And so Google's been involved investing in a lot of those type of projects that should continue to not only make speeds faster, but also decrease the cost of data over time. So I think on that infrastructure perspective, we're starting to make progress. And then just from the kind of end user taking advantage of technology, as I mentioned, the generative AI transformation and jump that's happened just in the last 12 months, I think is going to be huge, because as I mentioned, not even 1%, the 0.% of folks that used to be able to access and take advantage of that technology, it's just been busted wide open. So like I said, I think that's going to be something interesting to keep an eye on. And then a lot of it is just mindset. I know we talked about some of the themes of how, as an entrepreneur or as a woman entrepreneur, it's easy to disqualify yourself from thinking that you can take advantage of certain things. So I think these type of forums and talking more and enhancing the comfort and confidence in engaging in some of these new emerging technologies will go a long way in empowering women to take advantage of it too.
Yeah. Look, I think we're moving in the right direction. Just as one of the conversations that we are having with one of the technology companies, or they've got a platform, Uber Eats, is to try and drive these businesses in a box that we are supporting, that are doing their chesanyamas, to put them on the platform, so that Umam Sophie in Soweto is able to also, order your mohodu or whatever it is that you're selling on these platforms. So I think we've got a long way to go, but we are definitely moving in the right direction in terms of transforming from a technology perspective.
I totally concur. I mean, if you look at the arts and craft market, for instance, I just recently came back from the state of Tennessee in Memphis, and I'm proud to actually share with the audience that we just secured 10 football scholarships for girls, being driven, you know, being a women-driven organization, and we're taking them to Memphis end of September for pre-admission to various HBCUs. But what is driving technology at this point in time, she said we're on the right track, most definitely the arts and craft market. I saw that, you know, there's such a big interest, or rather, you know, the consumer market is growing so much in the United States, so being able to utilize, you know, technology to start promoting products. Umama on the floor spoke about her detergents. You can imagine if we can start being deliberate in driving retail tourism for most of our products, not just getting Porsche M into Mozambique and Nigeria and all these countries, but even going beyond the shores of Africa. So technology is the way to go, and education. We cannot just speak technology. Most of our women don't know how to use technology. You know, I've got my mom who's an educator with a master's degree. Mama will just not use WhatsApp. She's old school. She'll tell me straight that this thing is going to take too long, so we need to start creating interest and making it easier for women to relate to technology at their own level. Once they can relate to it, it's going to be so easy for them to start understanding the importance of promoting their own product, because it's one thing for a big organization or a multinational to afford an agency to promote their product. But for a starter app that does not even have basics to run the business every day, my sister on the floor spoke about services business that struggle with day-to-day costs. So where do we even fit in the marketing budget? But if we empower with the tools of understanding technology as part and parcel of the primary requirements of a business, we've already taken care of the budget that does not need to be seeked from outside. So technology is the way to go.
So, yes, I think so. Just as an example, we're partnering also, one of our members is Zulzi, which gets your groceries to you in 15 minutes. That's just, that is a proudly South African story. I mean, Donald and his crew has really started an amazing platform whereby I think they are trying to grow nationally. I think that is on the cards for them. But in terms of, I think they saw the gap in the market. And Zulzi is also the company that has developed the 60/60 app and various other apps, you know, grocery apps. So there is definitely, I can definitely say that it is the way to go. We embarked on this exercise of partnering third-party e-commerce sites. The companies that have never been online are now online from remote areas in this country. They're even coming to us to assist with taking photographs for their products to be on the websites. And we found that as of October 2022, we partnered Macro Marketplace. We've got now 13 e-commerce partners, and our members have sold more than 850,000 Rand worth of goods in the FMCG space, as well as the medical B2B space. So we see that there is definitely, it works, and people want to be online, and assisting them, I think, is the way to go.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I'm now going to open up for questions. Do we have?
Oh, I can talk. Sanbalan.
Yep.
Mine is not a question, but more of a suggestion. I'd like to say to Coca-Cola, they're doing a really great job, because I've seen a lot of the containers. Last time they were delivering in Orange Farm, I've seen a lot of them. And Malapaya Tengi Saugula. So I would just like to suggest to the NYDA and GEP, since Coca-Cola is dealing more with Chisanyamas, Paza shops, also most of us, we do need those containers. I've seen a lot of people are doing manufacturing, whether it's cosmetics or don't. I believe that if you also have your own container, you can do a lot, where you have your own working space. Also, people in the construction, you can have your own container where you've got a site, you can store your tools, your materials there. So I think this is a challenge to GEP and NYDA. How do we make sure that we collaborate other companies so that they also have those type of containers? Because I believe we've got Ulebu, she's manufacturing her own beauty things there. If she has a working space, I think even for investors or funders, they will actually see this is a proper manufacturer that we can also see maybe in the news or what, Yavan. So thank you.
Thank you. There's a hand here. Actually, hands.
Thank you very much. My name is Nelly, and my company is Olamic Energy. Our core services are personal development, personal leadership, and we also do governance, compliance, and the whole enchilada. Conversations earlier started with SDG 5, equality. And somebody also alluded to the fact that the president speaks about gender-based violence as a pandemic. And we can all attest to that. The stats speak for themselves. And I think the stats are even underreporting because there are cases that are not reported. And going back to what my fellow colleague said here earlier, speaking about service-based companies. Part of what we do is helping women with self-confidence. It has been said more than once that women actually disqualify themselves when it comes to certain processes. And from my experience, and in all the summits, the conferences, and workshops that I attend, most funders or enablers still focus on product. Now, we focus more on social intelligence because there is no way we're going to deal with gender-based violence, eradicate it, eliminate it, whatever word you want to use, unless we empower women to be confident and to understand that as a business, as you say, you do not discriminate, self-discriminate. Self-talk is very important. And I would like to urge everybody, all the decision makers in this room, to say, when you go back, we probably approaching year end for most companies. Some I know are in June and whatever. But when you go back, can you please in your strategies also include the social intelligence part of business, and also consider businesses like ourselves who do not have a physical product to sell, but we actually talk to the soul behind the people who are manufacturing these physical products. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Malibongwe. Yes, this is Wendy from Mianta Manufacturing. Thank you for having us today here. I'm the nuts lady. When you finish, you can go down. I would like to, yes, please, and make sure that you keep your figure and your beauty using the nuts. Yes. Okay, I would have a question for Ms. Muleboheng Matli. Sorry to call it wrongly. I just wanted to know if you want to partner with Women African Tourism, how do we do it? Because our snacks are on the go, tasty feeling snacks, which means that if maybe you've got tourists coming in, they can also be able to just grab our nuts and then move around as they move and have them as they are moving around, going to your destinations. So I want to know, how can we be partners so that we can be able to offer these alternative snacking solutions for the people as they enjoy South Africa and experience our wonderful nuts. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we are a member-based organization, and we definitely do partner. And that's why we are here to partner, and help you navigate your product within Mzansi, within the continent, the globe. So we are very happy to be part of your journey as you start distributing your product.
Whoop, whoop. Wonderful. So I'm going to close this session. I'm really behind time, not my fault. And I'm not sure if I can ask the organizers for us to have a break. I feel like the energy is going down. Am I correct? Do you need a quick bathroom break? Shall I be the executive? Okay, thank you. So let's take a quick, 5 minutes leg stretch.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
My name is Maplora Dao. My business name is Lady Ghana. Inspiration comes from the love of hats, the inspiration about my business. And the name Lady Ghana is my late mom's name. So what inspired me to start my business was the love of hats. So I started Lady Ghana as a business of hats initially, because I went to an event and people loved the hat that I was selling, that I was wearing, and automatically I started the business because that was, the gap that I saw, and that is what it is today. We have expanded our business. We have expanded our range. We are now a ready-to-wear African clothing, manufacturing textile, which is what you see here. It's wool. This is wool sourced from the Karoo, and from the wool we are manufacturing fabric, which is called felt. And also we are manufacturing ready-to-wear African clothing and also gifting. These are the kind of gifts that we are manufacturing: the golf pouches and the cosmetic bags and a whole lot.
Good morning, my name is Nompumelelo Xaba. The name of my company is Zano Clothing. It is a women's apparel manufacturing company that is dedicated to creating stylish and high quality clothing that not only makes a statement but also fosters confidence and self-expression.
I'm Khomotso Khoe. I'm the founder and owner of Home of Tropifusion. At Home of Tropifusion, we've got a fast food restaurant. We are located in Kagiso in the West Rand. And recently, we also now process fresh fruit juice available in 12 flavors. We've got nectar and dairy blends. We also have purified still water from our 1,000 tanker reverse osmosis. We also process ice cubes that is available in 3 kgs and ice blocks. And my love and passion for food developed from there. And it was easy for me to therefore find myself excelling in this space. Through all the challenges that we are faced with as a business, our ability to adapt to change, but importantly, our passion for what we do has kept us going, even when things perpetuated us to not continue, but we continued.
My name is Xolile Khumalo, and the business, it is Global in Sync. We're trading as Peaches Cosmetics. So basically what we do, we manufacture baby cosmetic products. We currently have 4 product lines, which is your baby powder, baby oil, petroleum jelly, and baby lotion. And these products are currently available in some of the retail stores. We actually saw a gap in the market because everyone these days, it's either they are doing beauty cosmetics, essential oils, and then we discovered that not a lot of people are into baby cosmetic products because it's a very delicate market. So we love challenges. We said, why not? That's how we started. So we started attending training so that we can familiarize ourselves on how the products are done.
Well, I'm happy to start. So thank you so much for having us here, and I really have to give it up to the Gauteng Department of Economic Development for putting us all in this room and actually having those really important conversations around inclusivity and working with women-owned businesses. And which kind of brings me back to what we do as an organization. So I'm from We Connect International, the market lead for South Africa. And essentially what we do is we work with corporations and women-owned businesses to include them in value chains. So right now at We Connect International, we work with over 180 corporations, mostly global multinationals, who are looking to diversify their supply chain. And one of the case studies that we make for this is because we know that most women in the household, in communities, are the ones that are making purchasing decisions. So when you go to the supermarkets and you're making the purchasing decision to buy sunlight, or you're making the purchasing decision to buy Omo. These are the types of things that affect their profit margins, etc. So we want to make sure that that 85% of consumer purchasing decisions is also reflected in their supply chains. However, we have seen that unfortunately procurement is not really driving money into the hands of women-owned businesses. And right now, only less than 1% of all procurement spend, whether it's in government or in private sector, is spent on women-owned businesses, which is why we work with these large corporations to be very intentional by working around supplier diversity and inclusion, by having more women-owned businesses within their supply chain, whether it's locally or globally, and actually expanding that. So that's essentially what we do in terms of making sure that we create a really great database. I know in South Africa we currently have over 1,500 women, but we know that there's more of you out there that are part of our database, and we want to make sure that our corporations are being exposed to these women-owned businesses. And I really like what Morongwa said up here from the NYNDA. She said that South African businesses are world-class. They really are on top there, and I can guarantee you that usually women-owned businesses that have gone through WeConnect, have been introduced to our corporations, usually go on beyond borders. So of course, I mean, I would love to touch on it a little bit more. I know that we spoke about the Africa Free Trade Agreement and how our borders are lowering, but it really is becoming such a small world, and the opportunities are really expanding out there, and WeConnect wants to be part of that story with you as an entrepreneur to drive your business and actually expand beyond South Africa and actually go out into the world. So that's what we do in a nutshell.
Thank you for that. Ms. Alana?
Hi, everybody. You can hear my Yankee accent, huh? So I'm Alana Foster. I'm from Philly. I came here on a date about 22 years ago, and I stayed. Okay. I wound up keeping the country. Let's not talk about the man. I still do love him, but we're parents now. But I kept the country for sure. And I've had the privilege and the honor of being here. And I think I'm a shining example of inclusion and diversity and the global nature of this country. So I'm the one that when all my friends say they want to come here, I dial back to 20 years ago when they were asking me, why are you moving to South Africa? Or they used to call it Africa, because remember, they think we're just like the US, like one, yeah, it's crazy. And so I'm the president of the American Society, and it's an organization that's been around since 1976. It's a social organization, and I'm gonna be raw, dog honest with you all. It was for the white folks that were here pre-apartheid. And it was a social organization for them to come together and to ask each other, so where do your children go to school? Where do they get their hair cut? What dentist do you use? What doctor do you use? And I'm proud to say that I'm a president that has made it very inclusive. We have a very diverse board. For the Google representative that was in the House, your head of Google's on our board, Alistair, he just joined. We've got NetBank on our board, and for the first time, we're both South African and American. And what we do, me having been here for so long, I've had the pleasure of working for Dr. Precious Maluma-Tsepe in fashion for 9 years, doing Mercedes-Benz Fashion Week. We empowered women there. I worked for Global Citizen. I was the first hire. We had a lot of women involved there. And so they call me the Olivia Pope of Africa because of my Rolodex. And so what I do as the president of the American Society, we hold events every month, every third Thursday of the month. And I like to make sure that there are women in the room that I can use my database of men to get them opportunities and exposure. And you know, I had just some quick facts, because I always like to be the one that compares the US and South Africa. Because we're now forging a really strong partnership out of the US, you know, Africa Business Summit, you know, and I'm really excited about it. And if I may, our MEC, she mentioned me today, she's traveling with the US government to the US. And my US Consul General, Vinnie Spear, is so excited about this partnership. So there's lots to come through MEC Motara. But just as we move on, just some quick facts that shocked me. Women, the US, women owning a remarkable 42% of the businesses in the US. However, their path to capital funding is a mere 2.3%. So I hope we can use this as a vehicle to change that for women here in South Africa.
Thank you for that. And yours?
I'm the country manager of Bold Food. And I think it's been interesting during the course of the day, we've talked about the idea of women counting themselves out of business, out of entrepreneurial opportunities. And you realize that one of the challenges we face in becoming entrepreneurs or business leaders is just an issue of representation, right? You don't see somebody who looks like you, so it's not something you even aspire to. And so what we've done as Bolt is launched a Women in Tech internship. And really the idea is to target young women, invite them into our business so that they get firsthand experience of what it means to have a career in technology and potentially later on launch their own career. I mean, you've just mentioned the stat of 44% of US businesses being owned by women. In South Africa, that number is 22%. In tech globally, only 27% of jobs are filled by women. And so this is really an opportunity for women to get practical experience, see other women like them, and then aligned to that, also get some of the men in our organization to become allies. Because if this is our current sort of status quo, where we're seeing more men in these leadership positions, we really need them to come to the party as well to open up opportunities for women. So we have both female and male mentors who are supporting our interns on the 6-month internship. Ideally, at the end of it, they will be absorbed into the organization and set them on a path to a career in technology.
Sure, I like that. Well done, Bolt. So where do the ladies find the details for the program?
So you can check on our website for this year's internship. It just started at the beginning of August in Women's Month, of course. So that one is already filled, but we run these programs annually. So for the next one, we will start to promote it closer to the time.
Okay, thank you for that. Madam, your initiatives to make the entrepreneurial space more inclusive for women.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation. So I think just maybe to greet the room, first and foremost, my name is Nombulelo Skota, and I'm the Social Impact Manager from the South African Breweries. So often when we speak about SAB, often you'll hear about AB and Bev. So globally we're known as AB and Bev, but locally where our roots are, we refer to as the South African Breweries. I think the discussion today, and particularly from SAB's standpoint, for us, it really is looking at our value chain holistically. If maybe I start internally as a business in terms of how we are doing our initiatives to make sure that our employees, which are centered to our business, are included, and particularly women. I mean, when you look at beer, beer is natural, it's local. Over 90%, 95% of our value chain is sourced locally. So what we do with our value chain is that we ensure that at every part of our business, through our 7 breweries, 5,700 employees nationally, I could go on and on and on. But how do we use our value chain to really create opportunities for women to really contribute meaningfully to the economy? So for today's discussion, I really don't want to touch on our internal employees initiative. I really want to hone in on entrepreneurship and what SAB is really doing in our communities to support entrepreneurs. Now, as I mentioned earlier, beer is part of our economies, it's part of our townships. When we talk about our tavern owners, in South African landscape, over 40% of taverns that are owned in our townships are owned by women. And in SAB, we have a program called the Responsible Trading Program, which really audits these businesses to make sure that they're compliant with the law, offers them incentives in order for them to really up their businesses and also be a pillar, right, in our communities. And one example of that would be a lady who is from Soweto, known as Gogo Asnati, our only platinum woman-owned business that is in that program, really leading from a woman's point of view and really showing that by backing the right businesses and by backing the right women-owned businesses, they can really be pillars in the community. Secondly, without taking too much time, we do it through our SAB Foundation, which has been around since 2011, one of our longest running programs. And through the 11 years that it's been around, we've invested just over R500 million in the economy and supported over 5,000 entrepreneurs. Now, these are numbers that we can speak about every day, but what really matters is that out of these 5,000 businesses that are supported, 70% of them are women-owned. So we are ensuring that our investments are going in the right places. We're not just walking the talk, but we're making sure that where our money is going is honestly going to women-owned businesses. So just in a nutshell there.
Wow, big up SAB. UN women. So, do you want to maybe start there? Elaborate.
Sanbonani, happy Women's Month, women in the room.
Thank you.
And also happy Women's Month to the women in our lives. I'm a son. It means I have a mother. So men, we are part of this program. So it's not in. So I'm happy to be speaking on behalf of UN Women. You have met our colleague earlier on, Hazel Gooding, the deputy rep. Amongst us, we have Ayanda Mvimbi, who's the Women Economic Empowerment Program Specialist, with about over 10 years experience of doing wonderful work there. She's taking a nice picture there with you. Why it's, I think we love harmony. UN Women talks about leave no one behind. So I think it's important to have a man speaking on also these issues. So I'm representing that cluster. Personally, UN Women have a project called Buy From Women, right? This is not a project which seeks to replace all existing wonderful work which is done by a lot of stakeholders in this room. This is a multi-stakeholder project which entails both government and national level. Our president has been speaking on preferential procurement, specifically 40% procurement in government should go to women-owned enterprises. I'll quickly link that to the data frame I have here. The challenge we have had has been, where do you find those women? In 2023, we can all agree technology has really done well to scale processes and expose information in various spaces in our lives. People know TikTok. TikTok is quite simple. You watch 2 videos of trees, all of a sudden you see a lot of trees on your feed. These algorithms which go through your consumption patterns, then expose to you what would be much more palatable to you. The gentleman spoke about generative AI. That might mean that in the future, language will play a huge role. You might be watching content in Sotho, then all of a sudden the platform exposes the content which was probably in French, shared by one of our stakeholders in the UN space in French, being translated in Zulu, Sotho, or Venda if I'm in Limpopo. Personally, I'm from Mpumalanga, then I'd probably appreciate it in Swati. So the Buy From Women represents that future. It's a digital platform which is going to collate information from all the stakeholders you see in the room, freely available, curate it nicely, and systematically expose it to different stakeholders. The lady here has spoken about they are already doing a lot of work with the 70%. At some point, they might have a project which wants to target women in Eastern Cape, Etuchwa District, Mang Mang. Systematically, we can be able to expose that information to them as stakeholder. Obviously, we do understand data privacy and laws by behavior. You, the data owner, who is the women entrepreneur, you would have been informed of that. So you would have gotten context of the stakeholder. Coca-Cola is doing X, Y, and Z. These are their funding criteria. Your information, would like to share them with them. Do you opt in, yes or no? That's really important because there's been a lot of talks about exposing information with less application of it. So systematically, the technology would allow us to expose women who are in the visionary state, content, knowledge, events, resources, as per their business development life cycle. Those who are more at their matured state of their business development to be exposed to either export markets, if you have indicated when you sign up that you are much more export ready and the likes. If you forget everything around you, there will be UN Women posters, including this frame I have here. It's yours. You are the entrepreneur we're speaking about. Take a lovely picture with it. There's a QR code on our banners. Please be happy to scan that QR code. You'll automatically take into the Buy From Women platform. You sign up your business. If you have multiple businesses, kindly sign up all of them individually because each business has its own business development needs. If you are a couple of women in one enterprise, you all have to go through the same process because the nuance of family A would vary to the nuance of family B. You might be a female-headed household with 4 dependents. The lady on my right might be female, might be in a nuclear family structure with a certain income group. So obviously over time, the stakeholders would give you support as per informed by the information we have provided, but systematically at scale in real time. So hopefully by 2025, when we meet, you'll be able to be getting business content by We Connect. They do a good job. Coca-Cola and all the other stakeholders built through the platform. It's free, it's for everyone. Thank you.
I don't know about you, but I'm quite impressed with this event, ladies and gentlemen. We're talking actionable items, not plans. So they're all presenting what is already in place. It's up to you to take it up or leave the opportunity. I'm going to open up for the floor for questions.
Thank you. Sanbonani, it's not a question, but it's a comment to Iwi Connect. I just thought, Uguti, just because now I'm here, I'm seeing Vanessa for the very first time, but we've been actually having trainings via Zoom, and she has been actually connecting me as a young women in business. So when the pandemic hit, it actually hit hard, gave me a certain lamp because I was actually planning, I had so many plans regarding my business, and having to get access to Iwi Connect and getting exposed, I actually got to afford to sustain my business throughout the COVID because of the initiatives that they are doing as We Connect. So I would encourage everyone in this room to take part in these programs, because for me, I got to actually sustain my business through some of these programs that they are actually talking about. So I thought, good, let me just take an opportunity and say thank you to We Connect. And yeah, so I'm very, very emotional because last year I was representing South Africa on their EY competition, and I got to, I was the second runner-up, and we never, ever met. So it was just mainly because of such platforms we get to get access to funding. Because of such platforms we get access to market as well. Thank you so much to everyone, guys. Don't give up. I'm very excited with the UN Women, Buy from Women. I'm gonna be part of your members. I'm gonna sign up. But like, I'm just thinking of so many speakers abakhulumile before. I'm very much excited. Thank you so much to all the speakers. Thank you so much for the efforts that you are putting in helping us scale up. So yeah, thank you.
Hi, it's me again. I just actually wanted to add on what she just said. I know a lot of organizations say they do things, but you can't actually see a physical person who says, yes, they have done it with me. So, Ven, I'm not gonna ask a question, but I just want to say to the ladies who are in the room, go onto their Facebook, go onto their website, register your business with the Moody's bootcamp. Like South African women were the first ones to do it globally. So those are some of the initiatives that they're running. And just last week, Moody's came back, and we were in a financial boot camp. So they're not just saying they are doing things, they actually are doing things. Here are warm bodies who are saying, We Connect does what they do. Thank you.
Can I just add to that? So I just want to go back to the fact that We Connect is a corporate-led initiative. And we really do owe it to our corporates who are being very intentional about working with women-owned businesses. So we have 3 pillars in our organization. We assess, so we make sure that you're 51% owned, managed, and controlled by women. We connect, so we want you to meet these corporate people. We don't want it to just be a logo, you know, in the sand, or, you know, we want you to know that so-and-so is representing Johnson & Johnson, and this is what they want to do with women-owned businesses. And of course, we educate. You know, just like Nelly said, you know, we want to make sure that these women-owned businesses are ready to actually go into these supply chains, have the business savvy, have the business acumen to sit in the room across these people and negotiate and get access to those kind of contracts. So that's what we're doing. And like I said again, we're doing it with over 180 corporations. And what's really great is that South Africa is sitting in a very unique position in Africa, because most of our corporations are sitting here with us. So they're here, they want to be able to mix with you, they want to be able to meet with you, they want to be able to grow you. So I know that there were a couple of panelists here who were also talking about enterprise development. Don't take it for granted. You might see it as, okay, well, I mean, am I going for training? But I have case stories where I've seen women-owned businesses who have gone on to get equipment, get funding through enterprise development, just because these companies are very intentional about wanting to work with women-owned businesses. And yeah, I mean, you know, of course, we want to make sure that you're also compliant. Compliance plays a huge role, you know, especially if you're working, you know, in the private sector. They want to be able to say, you know, we're working with this type of women-owned businesses. What kind of impact is she making in her community, right? So our case study is to say that women will always invest back into the homes. They will always invest back into the communities. It's just who we are. And I think that one of the ladies here earlier said that, you know, we don't only think about ourselves in silos. We want to also think about, okay, well, what am I doing next and all that stuff. That's what makes us unique. That's what they're actually looking for. So that's what we do. And again, you know, you can reach out to us. We're all over the place on social media, as well as on our website. Registration is free. So you can just go on weconnectinternational.org, get registered, and actually get into these programs and get to know who the people on the ground are who want to work with you. So thank you for that, Nelly and Phumzile. Thank you.
A round of applause. I'm allowed to take 3 questions. Do we have one more, or can... Okay, there we go.
Hi, everyone. I'm Gift Dineo Bali. I'm a founder of Morere O Natural Hair Products. So I'm a mother of 3, 2 boys, 1 girl, and I am actually teaching my kids how to run businesses, which of course they're learning from me. One son of mine invented a product, and I do not know where or how to guide him or link him with agencies that were actually talking here. In terms of exposure, I don't want him to be on the media for safety reasons, but I would want him to grow within the business. So if you would please advise me where to start and how to start, because I do know that young girls do have platforms, but not young boys. So my son is 12 years, and I'm trying to assist him, so please advise. Thanks.
Who wants to take it?
I think just because of the law, I'll sit this one out. As SAV, we're not allowed to interact with under 18, so I don't know if the other ladies...
Makes perfect sense.
Quick one. So, from the UN Women perspective, we've been able to see one thing happening. There's normally a parent or a guardian who registers as someone who manages that minor's business, or a business manager who's assigned that role, whom the stakeholders work with to manage that business from the law's perspective, right? So the minor themselves, they are not a direct contact in that space, but there's normally a guardian. We have, I think, a 15-year-old now who's in Belgium with the mother and the grandmother. So they were assigned that role. So corporate can definitely assist. There is that relationship, but we need to define it systematically again, right? Which is one of the things we talk about when we talk about systematic data collection. So what the lady can do, she can think about what product has the young man developed, think about the industry, then identify key stakeholders, right? For example, it's IT related, right? See the research institutions like CSIR, VET institutions and academic institutions you can start there. And even us, obviously, UN, other thing is, we can now expose that information. That's the whole point about creating a platform. You send it to us, then we can flash it across to the other stakeholders. But you need to define what's the product, what's the industry, what are their interests, which province. You might find out that CEDA might have a project for that now. Thanks.
I also know of an organization, you can come see me afterwards, but it's called the Empower Partner Foundation Tech Hub. And it's a nonprofit organization that was established in 2016 by a group of young South Africans with the sole purpose of empowering the youth to build a better South Africa and the continent through technology and entrepreneurship. So they work across water, energy, transportation, rural development, education, unemployment, healthcare, housing, agriculture, safety, and security. And they are focused on literally bridging the gap of having this youth bulge that is unskilled and unable to actually, actualize himself and benefit the GDP of the country and the continent through entrepreneurship, and it's youth-led. So, if you come see me, I'll connect you to them. And again, it's called the Empire. You guys want to write it down? Okay, one more time. Let me say it one more time so I say it right. Empire Partner Foundation Tech Hub, and they've got outlets, hubs all nationally.
And just one more. So we also work with another partner organization called Junior Achievement Africa. We've got a branch here called, it's called JASA, so it's Junior Achievement South Africa. So I'll be happy to connect you with them.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, panelists, for all the inputs that you've brought to this event today. I'm going to close the session with a video, and then in the meantime, please go and swap the mics with the next session.
Thank you.
Thank you. before I go into that, maybe let me introduce you ladies. I am being rushed. We have Pumlile, am I correct?
That's me.
Oh, yes,
Again.
Pumlile. And then Innovation Hub, we have one DC, where Nondlazi. It's you.
Mahaya, me.
Hey?
Mahaya, it's me.
I'm using this. Productivity SA, we have Fulufelo Matze.
Thank you.
Okay, nice to meet you, ladies. So take us through the process of, running a business without needing funding. We'll start with you, Fulu.
Okay.
Yes.
I think maybe let me introduce our organization. As explained, or as she said earlier on, my name is Furupelo Majie. I'm coming from Productivity SA. Productivity SA is a Schedule 3 entity. We report to the Ministry of Labor, and then we are a continuous improvement organization. So our focus mainly is to assist companies that are in existence to say, you have been operating, you have been running as an organization. How then do we ensure that you are continuously improving the way you are doing things? We've got a team of industrial engineers, operation management specialists, people with experiences, background from finance, from marketing. So what we offer to organization is we offer non-financial assistance, where we've got 2 programs that look at assisting companies. If you look at the stages of the business, we've got, when you look at the bell curve, we've got companies that are emerging, we've got companies that are stable, we've got companies that are in decline. So when we look at companies that are emerging and companies that are stable, we come in, we train you, we coach you on how you run a sustainable business. And then you've been running your organization 2 years, 3 years down the line, then your company is faced with challenges. Then we come in and say, how then can we put in turnaround strategies in order for you to turn around and you become profitable again? So we've got different toolkits that we put in place. We look into ensuring that we implement the Kaizen, which is a Japanese word for continuous improvement. We've got training and mentorship around leadership, because people have been running businesses. Now you have employed people. You don't even know how to lead these people. And then we've got companies that are operating. You've got so many people from different dynamics, people with different backgrounds. How then do these people work together as a team? So we've got another toolkit that talks about teamwork. Then you have been running a business. As a business owner, you've got a vision. You've got employees. How then do you cascade your vision to the lower level in the organization, so that then they can work together with you in order to achieve the bigger goal? In the turnaround aspect of the business, what we do, we come in. This is a program that is funded by UIF. It's 100% funded by UIF. We come in, we assess your business. We look into the whole aspect. We look into all the departments within your business and find out where are the gaps. Because you were doing well, and then, or ever since you started running your business, you have not reached that stable stage. Why are you not growing to where you want to be as an organization? Why are you not profitable? Then we conduct that assessment. When we have identified the gaps, we come back to you and say, we assess your business, this is where the gaps are, and these are the interventions that we think will be able to assist your company in order to turn you around, in order to alleviate that distress from your organization. Then we implement those interventions. If we don't have expertise in-house, we then get, we've got a pool of service providers that we work with, then we come and implement those. We get them, we outsource them, we pay them, then they come and assist you.
Wonderful. How do the ladies get hold of you?
They can, our offices, we've got 3 offices. Our head office is in Midrand, New Road, and then our number is 011 848 5300, and then we've got another office in KZN and another regional office in the Western Cape. They can send through email at info@productivitysa.co.za, and I will also share my business cards later.
Wonderful. Thank you, Fulu. Pumlile, let me come to you. I think you alluded to some of these things earlier. What are other ways that we can improve our businesses besides funding from you?
Yeah, I'm glad you say besides funding, because what we have seen over the years is that most people come to GEP or any funding institution seeking for funding because we believe that if I get a loan, I'm going to be able to run. But what we've seen is that there's more that is needed. Yes, funding is great, but actually non-financial support, business development support is even more important, because without the business development support, with all the funding, you actually may still fail. So we have a number of programs that we offer within the BDS, Business Development Support, in order to support businesses from startups to, again, business that are already developed. And I normally don't want to like flag a list and say this is what we can do, because we are not specialists in every area. Like I said earlier on, we deal with all sectors. But what GEP has done, and intentionally so, is that we want to do an assessment of your business. We want to know the whole operations of your business. What is it that you do from A to Z? And get to understand as well where are the bottlenecks in your business and what will improve your business, all the needs of your business. And when we've identified all those needs of your business, then we'll be able to then set up a plan with you to say, we are going to implement these interventions with you step by step, this one first and then this one first and then the next step. Again, our intervention really, they vary from business planning interventions to marketing interventions, quality control systems, financial management systems, to mentoring and coaching, to human resource, as she was alluding. It's a whole lot. But also, wherein we haven't been, like I'm saying, that if it's a new sector that we haven't serviced before and someone says, I need this type of assistance, we are able to work with you as well and assist you. We also work through a pool of service providers that are specialists in their different fields in order to be able to respond to. What I need to stress to my fellow entrepreneurs here is that these services are offered by GEP free of charge. We used to actually make entrepreneurs pay a 20% as a commitment fee, but then as again an intention from GEP, we then scrapped that off and we made it free of charge, and you can actually benefit multiple times. Like I said, if we've done an assessment and we realize that you need 4 interventions, we are able to do 1 intervention, finish that off, we're happy, we see some progress, and we implement the next. So you are welcome to apply with us and come and see what is it that we can help you with. The criteria is the same as I said earlier on. You just have to be in Gauteng. The difference between the other side is that we don't need financial statements. You don't even need to have a bank account for that reason. I just want to speak to another that is very important, because there was a suggestion that was posted our way earlier on when the Coca-Cola colleague spoke, to say someone needs their own container to actually maybe run their businesses from. We actually have a very interesting program that we run as well for grants. That is where we're giving grants to entrepreneurs for anything really, to be frank, to buy and assist themselves in their businesses. And our grants are different. We have a grant that starts at, actually we even do informal traders grant, right? We give them 5,000 for stock and little things that they need to assist them. But we also have the startups. Startups are funded or given grants up to 15,000 for anything that they need to start off, right? But we have a special grant as well for up to 50,000 for existing businesses. Within that grant, you are able to buy anything as a business, equipment, including the containers that they are talking about, of course, within the threshold of 50,000. We've bought a number of mobile kitchens in response to the energy crisis that we have. Most restaurants have said to us, I need to now get out of my comfort zone restaurant and go out and be in different points at different times. We've bought them those types of, so we have those types of grants as well. They are active in GEP, and they really are reaching out to a lot of people. So I urge you also to apply to get help in that regard.
Thank you so much. Oswandisi, Innovation Hub, I mean, almost self-explanatory, but take us through what you do that doesn't involve funding.
So the Innovation Hub started in 1999. There was a need in the province to stimulate innovation. So the University of Pretoria, CSIR, and then it was called Blue IQ, now it's the Innovation Hub. They came together, they wrote a business proposal, it was approved by the powers that be. So the mandate is that we stimulate innovation. We do that in various ways. Incubation, we have skills development programs, we have our township economy strategy where we have our Ikasi labs. I think most of you maybe have seen them. We also look at 4 priority areas. We look at the green economy that focuses on waste, water, and energy. So anything that can make the world a better place, to put it in simple English, we'll welcome it. And then we have the digital economy where we look at ICT, advanced manufacturing. Under ICT, it could be anything from big data, IoT, cybersecurity, whatever that you have, a blockchain. And then under digital, we also have a digital incubator. Sorry, they have the same name. A digital incubator. It's based in Cornhill at Transvaal. There's a creative hub there that we are trying to start. We focus there on AR, VR. We also focus on gaming and animation, production. So any innovation around the creative industries is welcome there. We are talking to some partners so that we can bring it to Tshwane, because we just have it here now. And then we also focus on the bioeconomy sector, which focuses on pharmaceuticals, cosmetology, and also agro-processing. And then we do have then the township economy, like I said, that focuses on the townships across Gauteng. Our mandate is to stimulate innovation across Gauteng, so we are bound by those borders. And the Ikasi labs, currently we have about 10 that are functional, but we are looking at having 14 by the end of this year.
Okay, wonderful. How do we get hold of you?
So, like I said, we are based in Cornhill. If you know the museum, there is a building at the back. They renovated that building, so we are there in the second floor. You can also call our offices. Our number is 012-844-0000. And another thing, what you've mentioned about what we offer. So because we are in the tech space, we walk the valley of death with the tech entrepreneurs. So meaning that when you come to us with your minimum viable product. It could be a drawing, it could be, as long as it proves your technology or the software, we understand it as technicians that it will work. It will innovate the market, or it will innovate the processes. You are welcome to send in an application anytime. We do have calls that we put out, but we're not bound to them. So anytime you can go now to our website and apply. So how we do it, we do your product validation first, where we look at your IP, we analyze it, we analyze the market, but we do that already when you're already in the program. So that is what you get. We file it for you, so you have it filed and protected, and we try to do it internationally as well. We have technical mentors. So if you come with an idea but you don't have the technical skills in terms of software development, how to create an app, we have technical mentors that will assist you. We also create market entry opportunities through our open innovation projects, and also through our Gap Awards. Some of you might have seen that. So we work together with the ecosystem on those ones to make sure that we deploy these technologies. We also then develop the market for you before you fly and you join the likes of CEDARs and so you can prove, no, I had an idea, it works, they proved it, they sent to the market bought it, and here is the proof. We also have our financial guys to do your financials, and also our attorneys to also, you know, sometimes in tech you get VCs that quickly want to jump on your innovation. So we have negotiators and attorneys to look at those complicated contracts to interpret them for you so that you don't get into trouble. Yeah.
Okay, a round of applause again for this panelists. Thank you so much for being here and for sharing with us. I'm not going to open for questions for this round because we are behind time. So we have to stop now. Okay, there we go. So thank you so much, ladies.
Now it's the time to give out some prizes, but before that, I just want to give you a brief on this program. So, this Women's Month, Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa has partnered with the GDED. They ran a competition with 5 South African female entrepreneurs who run a food business within Gauteng province townships, where they went to informal settlements, where they went to various townships, hostels, where one could win renovations or equipment to the value of 100,000 each towards their businesses. This is part of the Coca-Cola Beverage South Africa Business in the Box. So in order to give out the prizes, I would like to call up here Ms. Petunia Mkabela. I think
she's the one. Hello.
Yes, hello. Woo! She will run that. Thank you. Woohoo!
Hey, I don't see the checks. I don't see the monies. I don't see them. I'm worried. Okay. I don't see. So while we find the checks, can I please ask Deputy Rez to please come to the front, and Usisbongi to please join us in the front. And Bongs?
I'm trying to find your checks.
Oh. Yo. And if I'm worried now. I come up here, get Fagimals Zobona, and then Aiko. Imagine Aiko.
The checks have disappeared.
So in the month of August, I think Usisi spoke about it. We ran a competition in partnership with the department on Kaya FM, where we asked women across the province to send us a 90-second clip of their business. See, they can't see. Okay, of where they are operating, how such a program or the amount of money that we've got to offer can assist them. It will go towards infrastructure support. So if you are needing a container, Noma, you are needing a mobile kitchen, it'll go towards that. It'll also go towards the equipment that goes inside there. So it's infrastructure support and equipment. So today we've got 3 of the lucky winners. 3 of the lucky ladies that have won themselves 100,000 rand towards their own businesses. Right? Hey. I'm excited. I like your energy. I mean, I'm like, I want to go back and ask for more money. Yeah? I'm just like, okay, so our first winner is Manso Morake from Ento Kota Factory and Coffee Bar. Manso is all the way from Dobsonville. Ento Kota Factory and Coffee Bar. Yeah! be in the picture. Okay. Ausman Sukupa Oscar Klohane, you just stand on the other side of Sisbongi. And then next up, we have an amazing woman from Bobo's Cake and Catering Academy in Crystal Park, Benoni. Aus Mavis Matosi. Yeah. There you go. Woza. Namyastalela. Namyastalela. Ne? Okay. So Usis Mavis also made this beautiful cake on the side here. True to the brand, I think we'll show it, we'll put it here later on so you can have a look-see and you can also order your own cakes. Angish, yeah, if I get a coke, le cake le. Nilmonile. Angalboni. Hi, le camera itin ganti. Why lingabonakali? No. I mean talent. If from the township. Woo! And then, of course, last but certainly not least for today, we've got Usis Lebogang Buta from Odiwize. Wadiwe in Foslora. Oh, is it? There we go. Yeah! All the ladies together. Yes, please, together with the partners. Let's do this. Great, thank you so much, ladies, and congratulations. We will be coming to your outlets. I understand they've already come to you. They understand your needs, and it's just a matter of execution, right? Awesome. Thank you to my partners. Thank you. So everybody, just to let you know that this program, although this was a competition element of it, we run this program throughout the year. So outside of the competition, you can get in touch with us on our website. Yang dita kancane mara. Maungathi www.ccbsaco. So ccbsaco.com, right? And you'll find all the information there. We are rolling this program out. We've signed an MOU. The intention is to continue to grow the township economy. Thank you very much to our partners. I'll hand over to the lovely Sipati.
Thank you, Petunia. Can we have the video rolling?
Hi, my name is Koketso Ramatlo. So our company name is Angela K, named after my daughter Angela. So we do skin care, hair care, and also home products such as your diffusers and your candles. So we specialize more so on moringa and turmeric and avocado. So we are all about going organic.
Okay, my name is Maputi Matube from the Midval. The name of business is Balmoral Harvest Agri Trading, and we are into agro processing. We manufacture and process dairy products, namely amasi, yogurt, and different types of cheeses.
My name is Kakamba Mugana. My company name is Novo Image. We manufacture cosmetics using natural raw materials like shea butter, mango butter, avocado butter, and organic oils. I started my business because my little one was born with severe eczema. So the doctor told me that the creams that he was prescribing have steroids, so I had to try and find alternatives. So I started mixing different products using shea butter and the organic oils, and it cured his eczema. Then I started making similar products for friends and family, and they loved my products. That's when I decided that I can actually make this into a successful business. So that's how my business was born.
Okay, my name is Tembo Gushe from the company called Equivasa. We are doing a school bag, the school bag for the country, like all of the schools. It's either private or public. Okay, the challenges that I have is to buy material sometimes because I'm selling the bag at a very low cost price to cover all the parents. It's either you are relying on the grant, you are working, whoever. So now to buy the materials, it's a very, very big challenge to me.
I am Bonso Pori. I'm from Free State, Kwakwa. I am a founder of Wonderland Co. We do manufacturing of ceramic products and recently have added a department where we are dealing with plaster and cement. So we do indoor and outdoor products for decorative purposes and for eating from, which is the tableware products. And some office decorative ornaments for planters and tumblers in your bathroom. It's Wonderland. The name is coming from, bringing your imagination to life. So we work based on the fact that we want to see our environment decoratively attractive. So we fill in those spaces in the house for daily use. And that's what we focus on.
My name is Zanele Sivilwani. I'm coming from Tarula Africa, PTY Ltd. Tarula Africa, we are actually in a business, in the bedding industry. We manufacture mattresses from scratch, and we manufacture baby mattresses. We also manufacture pillows and duvet inners.
My name is Joyce Ngijane. My company name is Joyzin. I manufacture natural hair products, although I've extended to skin range. Some time ago, I had a problem with hairline and balding. My hair was falling off. So I remembered what we did at home because I'm from the rural areas. I know that from rural areas, we used to use Ama indigenous herbs. So I took Ama indigenous herbs and started putting them on. Voila, my hair was there, and I started, my children started to use it. Then the rest is history. Everyone wanted to use my product. That is when my company was born. Out of Abantu, they wanted to test what we are doing.
My name is Moni Sehlapelo. My company is Mamoa Trading Enterprise, and we have 3 brands under the company. It's Mamoa Skincare, and Glow Skin, and Glow Chem. So we manufacture skincare products, natural skincare products, and we also manufacture cleaning detergents. I started off with skincare, and what inspired me was my daughter was suffering from eczema, and we had tried a whole lot of products without finding a solution for ourselves. So I started mixing essential oils with aqueous cream. We did see a little bit of relief, but it was not really solving the problem. However, working with essential oils just beat me, and I started doing research, and I got to know about your shea butters, and I started sharing with friends and family, and everybody came back with positive feedback.
All right, so my name is EXO from Sincerely Yours by EXO. So we represent beauty and wellness, but more so beauty. So my brand is about making people feel good in the largest part of their body, which is their skin. To the ladies, just be authentic, be yourself. And you must understand, when you're dealing with people, you need to serve, do you understand? So be in a space whereby through your brand, you're able to serve people, because then it's real. Entrepreneurship is extremely challenging. It's madness, actually, to think you can do this thing, but you do it daily and daily. So to help you through the turbulence, to help you through the tough times, and there are many, especially at the beginning, you just have to be real and be authentic and be yourself. May your product, your service be an extension of what you, the mark that you want to leave, to understand, so that at least it's worth it, and the impact that you are making, everything was worth it, to understand. As well, look inside and not outside, because everyone is unique, everyone is special. So be in competition with yourself, be in competition with being better than your former self, be in your own lane, create your space, do you understand? Move to the beat of your own drum. That way, what you are leaving and the impact that you're making is 100% authentic, because I believe everyone has the potential to shine. The sun is there and we all benefit from it, do you understand? And that's how I feel opportunities are.
I refuse to be left behind. Good afternoon, ladies. Thank you so much for your time. The next discussion is more of the success stories. I am simply going to start from you, ask you to introduce yourself and your business. I want to first find out from what were some of the challenges you faced when you started, how did you overcome them, and where are you now?
Good afternoon, everyone. I think it's easier working with drums and detergents than facing people. My name is Rufuna Rasisi, and I'm the founder and managing director of Tosh Detergents. Tosh Detergents is a proudly South African company that manufactures cleaning products that focus on sustainability. We have been assisted by the TIA, Technology Innovation Agency, with the formulation of our product to ensure that it's gentle to the users and gentle to the environment. So Tosh was incepted or launched in March 2021, and how it all started was my mom used to make soap as I was growing up, but nobody knew about it. That's when I made a conscious decision to say, if no one knew about it, then I will amplify that voice. They will know how to make detergents through me. And since then, making that conscious decision has not been easy, because we know that in the detergent space, it's dominated by multinationals. But it just requires you to be brave enough to know your why and to go for it. And currently, we are listed with ShopRite and Checkers. We are in Macro. We've also been assisted by Proudly South African in getting our products on Zulzi, e-commerce platforms such as Take a Lot, a lot. The challenges that we have faced, like everyone else, is capital. But also one thing that I realized about us as entrepreneurs is that we expect the government to do everything for us. Sometimes we just need to start where we are with what we have.
Yes.
And then you will get a call to say, come and share your success story. They are not going to hold your hand because there's just so much of us. But you need to prove yourself. You need to work hard. You need to fight with them. Sometimes I fight with them at ZIDA. But at the end of the day, it gets things done. And they assist us. They've assisted us with product testing. As I was sitting here, most people spoke about compliance. That is one thing that will assist you, or that will also propel your process in getting your products listed in retail stores. So some of the challenges that we faced were also listing our products, in the sense that there are always red tapes. And immediately when we come into the retail space, the big guys know that we are going to be disruptive. So they pressurize us for prices, which means that we must list our products at low rates. But that doesn't mean that we have to stop. We have to come up with ways. Some of the ways that we can come up with, it's like majority of the people in this room are making detergents. We come together, we buy detergents in bulk, and it reduces the cost of production. So in a nutshell, that's who I am.
Wow. Thank you. That's truly inspirational. I'll go to you.
Thank you. My name is Shibombi Murake, and I come from Kutsala. Kutsala started off as a publishing company, and Kutsala means to write in Xitsonga. So it started off as a publishing company. The reason I started this company is that I wanted to tell stories. So I come from a performing arts background, I'm a writer, and I wanted to tell stories that matter, that are from areas that people don't know much about. It's like even when you look at your television, movies, we have stories that are saturated in certain languages and others are marginalized. So I wanted our children to have a voice, to have characters that they can relate to. When I look at the television, when I look at cartoons, I want to see someone that looks like me, a dark black girl that's skinny, that's from Limpopo, and not the average picture that they pitch to us on television of what beauty is. Because I think that all of us have something that makes us beautiful. And coming from that background, we started off publishing books. Our stories are mainly about characters, children from the township. We have a story, The Adventures of Butsello, which I'm going to talk about, where our business now grew into an animation, full-on animation studio. So we create cartoons. We are busy with our first animated feature film that is about a young boy from the township who is a superhero without, the negative stories about the township. There are some beautiful stories. Most of us come from the township, and we come from a place that was not made for us to prosper, but here we are sitting in a room, all of us having ideas that we can take to a global market. So I'm sitting here, and some of the challenges that I've had as an entrepreneur is finding the right team to work with. Animation is not big in South Africa.
Yeah.
Finding the right team, being a woman, being able to command respect, because you're going to tell someone to do something, and already they have put you at a disadvantage because you are a woman and you can't tell me anything. So you have to be strict in a way and command respect. So some of the other challenges that we've had, obviously, is gathering funding for the film. We've had organizations that we've worked with. I'm incubated under the Innovation Hub. Big ups to them. They've really taken my entrepreneurship journey from a point where I came from a spaza shop background, and now I'm into business, where I know how to run my business, operate a business, how to manage sales, how to wear different caps in my business. And there are other organizations like the GEP that have actually helped me on this journey to where I am right now. And what I want to say, there's one thing that I want to say: you need to knock on those doors. If they don't open, you need to kick them down. Because nobody is going to give you anything on a silver platter. When I went through the Innovation Hub program, I was 7 months pregnant. When that program ended, I gave birth 2 weeks after that program ended. I was there throughout my pregnancy, and I knew that I needed to do that. There's no maternity leave in my business because I don't have the team, I don't have the capital, so I need to do everything. And what I want to say is that don't underestimate the power that you have, because the minute you underestimate that, everybody else is going to do that. So you need to apply. You're going to get so many no's, but rather get 50 no's in a month than none.
Yeah.
you have more chances of getting things done the more you put yourself out there. So, yeah, that's all I'm going to say.
Hi, everyone. I see I'm seated here with strong, wonderful women. Thank you so much for the platform. My name is Kweketso Ramatlo. I'm here for Angela K, but I would also like to just name the other businesses that I have. Kweketso owns a company called REMS Professional Training and Conferencing. We are accredited for over 300 courses, and we've been in business for 9 years. And we also have Black Ginger, which I own 90% of, and we've acquired land of over 345 hectares. And we want to do ecotourism, and we want to build a lodge. So I know that there is a lady from tourism. I'm like, you came for me. Angela K is, my daughter's name is Angela. And we started the business when it was 2020 COVID, and we've never looked back since. My son as well, just like many people that actually do skin care, my son also had eczema. His skin was actually even way worse because he had eczema, he had allergies. I remember the doctor saying that an allergy count is actually like, when it gets to 4, it means it's worse. But my son now has a condition because it's 1,000 and something. And she told me the name of the condition. I was like, I don't even want to hear it because I deny it. No, not my son. And I remember her saying that my son is not going to be able to concentrate and whatnot. I'm like, yo, me and the dad, we've been A students from high school. From high school. So he is going to be an A student, no ways. And I'm happy to say that he is an A student. And as we were busy doing products for my daughter, Angela, we do hair products for her, people started asking us for that. So we started selling from that. And then I remembered like thinking, okay, we've got a lot of time on our hands because everything was locked off. And being in the training industry, I'm a facilitator, I'm also an assessor, I'm also a moderator. So there was nothing for us to do. And I like being busy. I love work. And then we started also experimenting with your moringa straight from the tree. Your moringa, your turmeric, and then we tried it on my son. Lo and behold, it's a thing of the past because his skin would turn into like a crocodile skin. Then we started growing from there. And I'd like to thank Cedar. I always say, oh, hey, I could kiss their behind. Sorry to say that. I always say I could kiss them because coming from a background of other businesses where funding for us was never a thing. We had never thought of, maybe we need to get funding. We've done everything from our salaries where we were working, started getting people working at we had an apartment where we would turn it into an office. That's where we started. Then we got offices. So we've never relied on funding, but more so on working hard. So when we started in the industry of beauty, and someone spotted me and said, hey, I see you always advertising your products, maybe you should be a part of CEDA. And I gotta say that they've really helped a lot. There was a lady who was saying that the product testing, CEDA, is taking long. I just want to say that it takes long because they need to check the shelves lives, right? But besides that, it's up to you. For me, it took 6 months because I was always like, I want my things are gotta be at the store. What are you guys doing? So you need to, they can hold your head, they can take you to the river, but you cannot drink. You need to drink on your own. So we need to actually remove this mentality of let funding be a bonus. Let the help from the governments be a bonus. We need to change our mentalities. We need to work hard. We need to know that this is for me. Angela K is now at Eden Vine Main Lane.
And we are now at the doors of Clicks Discam. We are at the doors. But yeah, we're getting in. I remember someone saying, you've got such beautiful products. It's like they've been there, you know? So you need to be on Click shelves. And I'm like, for me, I want to build a house and a door and have the key. I don't want to be knocking on doors, but I will do that because I want my things to be known. So that the time I build my own home, my own house, then everybody knows me. So that's how we actually started. And I would like to just say thank you to CEDA. There's a lady called Angelina who's holding my hand. They've assisted us with the project testing. Woo, shout out to Angelina. They've held my hand. It's a lady that really believes in us and really is doing this. You can see that this is passion. And I'm expecting about 2,000 boxes of my skincare, because we do skincare, we do hair care, and also we do home, your diffusers and candles. So I'm expecting about 2,000 boxes, insertion boxes. Not just boxes, we do have boxes whereby it's a skin box, it's a hair care box, but these ones are insertions, and they're all funded by CEDA. Coming all the way from China, and CEDA, I just gotta say, big ups.
Such wonderful testaments. My name is Lebu Skosana. I'm from a company called Doka Essentials. So what I do, I basically work with cannabis to create wellness and cosmetic products. Yes, Matekwan. So with our success, lately, just a day ago, we actually received our test results from CEDA that our products have actually passed the test. So thank you.
Congrats. Yeah.
And also for our we manufacture CBD oil as part of the wellness. And the thing is, we got support from CSIR, where now, as you know, I think CBD without the THC is now Schedule 0. And so they've helped us produce our first batch of 100 units, where they're actually ready to go into market from the support of CSIR. Thank you. So with the support that we've done, we've received, it's literally by knocking on doors, entering on windows, and showing up. Because events happen, and sometimes they call you, come do this, come do that. Sometimes you get lazy, like, always going to these events, and it's the same thing repeatedly over. But sometimes just showing up, it actually gets you into places. For example, I've been part of Reconnect, GEP, CEDA as well. Those are by getting into showing up for places. Because things will not happen when you sit at home and think that people will just recognize you because they know your name. But you have to actually go out and find people. So one of our things that we're actually working on, in progress, is that we work with NGOs where they assist with young females as resellers. So what they do is that they assist them in buying stock from us, and then they become distributors. So in a way, we're also giving out skill share so that we also get to grow and also share our knowledge with the girls as well, so they can also be empowered. So that's what we also do. Where we are available. Thank you. So we sell mainly on our website. It's www.tokaessentials.co.za. We also do via distributors. So we have multiple distributors from Free State, Northwest, Pretoria, Tembisa, Soweto. We are there. And we are based in Tsakane. We manufacture these products at home because we are still looking for space, but it's also work in progress as well. Yeah. But one thing I always encourage women to do is that show up. That's the best thing you can do for yourself. Besides looking for money, showing up can be the best support that you get, because most of these programs that we benefited from, it's usually by being there at the space where you actually get to network with other people. No, thank you.
Basically chasing me off.
Thank you, ladies, for sharing such beautiful testimonies. I'm very proud of you. I think there's a generation of young women that's coming up that's totally destroying like the status quo. And you are an example of that. And thank you for pushing so hard. Thank you for kicking the doors. Thank you for using windows. And thank you for showing up. This is what we need if we're going to take advantage of what we have in South Africa in terms of policies. Most countries don't have that. So the quotas really play to our advantage, but unless we show up, we're not going to be successful. So thank you so much. Madam MC is waiting for her stage. That's it from me for today. Let's connect. I'm on LinkedIn, Sipati Mukua. You'll find me there for other opportunities. So besides leadership development, we do executive coaching, we do board training and placements, and I've been doing a lot of radio interviews around board training recently because when it comes to the African continent, young people don't take up board leadership positions. They don't pursue them at all. I think it's a part of the conversation we had earlier around being intimidated to go for things that are we deem bigger than us. So let's connect and let's see what we can do together. Thank you so much for being such a great audience.
Thank you. Oh, we're done. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, well done. Let's give them a round of applause. This is a great program indeed. This summit was a success, I must say. And I will have to also, give thanks again to the Gauteng province for making this event a possibility, as well as the UN Women, as well as GEP, Coca-Cola. Woo, well done. Big ups. Bold. I know I'm going to be in trouble because I'm not talking about my organization. SIDA. It's We Connect and Joburg. This was such a great opportunity, and information was shared. I don't want to waste time because we are behind time. And just to thank, the MEC Tasnim, Ms. Gooding, Mr. Colin Lishow that was here, and to also thank everyone that came up here from Coca-Cola, from Google, Women, Africa Tourism, Proudly SA, GEP, NYDA, everyone that shared information. But for me, what I am taking today is the fact that the doors are open. Knock at the doors. And so, as the lady from Toka actually said it, be available. And someone said in the panel, more than anything, be teachable. It's very important. Because my organization, as much as we do not provide funding, the actual non-financial support that we provide to you needs you to be available. We were running a program, it was a partnership from Laura. Coca-Cola was supporting them, called Grow My Business. Brilliant, brilliant program. That I think for Tshwane, we took about 300 clients that attended that, And in order for your business to be there, we've got incubation programs throughout the country, and you can actually look into getting into that. Everyone was talking about compliance. It's very important that we become compliant. Training, people need to be trained. As much as we don't give technical training, we give business skills training. There is a program that we are running with the United Nations. Mama, have you been part of it now? Called Empretech, Empretech does not speak of how to develop a business plan or anything of that sort, or how to get finance. It only speaks on how you can change your mentality, on how you run a business. Because it is very important that how you think, and how you act will definitely determine how your business will go forward, whether you will grow or whether you will fail. And again, let me say this. There's nothing wrong when you fail. Somebody said, knock at those doors. Rather have 50 no's in a day, And when you fail, it shows that there's something you're doing and you're going somewhere. So without wasting time again, ladies, thank you so much. I would like to call Miss Bongi Gambo, the MEC spokesperson, who will give us the closing remarks for the day, and then I'll take up from there so that I direct you. Thank you so much. Ms. Bongiwa, let's give a round of applause, please.
Sanbanani. I'm going to leave you with a song. I can't. No, I used to sing. My daughter took my voice. And it's Beyonce's I Was Here. Please always take that song with you wherever you go. I believe you showed up for yourselves. I wish this was a longer program, really, a week or long, where we can get accommodation sponsored and we can just be together as women and build together. And Mr. Nkosi, let's make it longer. Let's get that sponsorship. Let's have those master classes, because we have a lot more to give to each other and to offer. It was Dr. Gooding, PhD. And I was just researching while everyone was talking, and the beauty and hair care industry is around 60-something billion rand in this country alone. And that means that we are the biggest consumers of our own products, but then we need to be the manufacturers of those products. In fact, if there is any gatekeeping that must happen, it must happen with the products that we consume. The research, the innovation, the technology, it really has to come from the women, because listening to speaker after speaker and business owner and entrepreneur after entrepreneur, it started with her wanting to solve a problem that was personal. A child who has eczema, and how many of us have children with eczema? You know, and having to sit through a session with a doctor who says, your child will never be able to do this, your child, and then something in you says, never, not me. May you carry that spirit with you. I am so excited to have been part of this session, particularly seeing how you have showed up for yourselves, how UN Women is also rising to the challenge, because organizations such as the United Nations are always about talking. But here we have connections of businesses to businesses, and I hope that you will take the time when you go outside, and our beautiful MC will tell you exactly how you can connect with each other, because when you look at the Stokvel industry and the informal economy, it's us. When you look at cooperatives, it's us. Burial societies, it's us. So then there has to be a gap that we are filling in the investment of monies and funds and support to each other through those Stokvels. You know, because we belong to societies, grocer. I mean, I send my dad groceries every year from my Stokvel groceries. Yet I have other siblings and they don't. The guys. Bohenesi. You know. So when they were talking, and I was like, but we are raising children. You know. We are taking care of the community. That's why we hardly ever get a chance to show up for ourselves. So pat yourself on the back and remember. In closing, there's a beautiful clip of Snoop Dogg. I love him. He was inducted into the Hall of Fame, ne? Where he says, I'd like to thank myself. Ma'am, thank yourselves. And thank you.
Wow, self-made. Yes! Sure. Thanks, Sibongi, yeah, Raba revived Dinyana. Snoop Dogg, yeah, you just revealed your age. Snoop Dogg. Hey. Wow. Thank you so much, Bongi. Those were words of encouragement. Ladies, firstly, let me just apologize that we couldn't show all videos due to time, but the department will share videos on their website, and you'll be able to see your videos, and to those SMMEs, they'll be sent to you. We have now come to the end of the program, but before we, yes, yeah. Hey man, wait, it's good we could extend the time, ne? Yes. So the partners with GDE and every other partner, they've supported about 50 women-owned businesses who are selling their products and that want to build relationships as well. So these are women-owned businesses. So I would really urge you, please, let's support each other. Usisibongi spoke of that, you know. If you want to have B2B, you have to go out. Maybe Wendy selling nuts and some of your products, the raw material, you want nuts, you know. You can engage with Wendy or Sis Momoa, you know, with the products that. So let's also network. Go out there. Yes, it's time for lunch now, and we are all now dispersing, but let's support these small businesses. I mean, they are selling detergents, there's cosmetics and skincare, sauces, clothing, you know, and many more. So let's go out there and support them. I know I so fairly, we all, you know. For wena, hey, Baba, Pechu ke o tla re zama. She just gave her 300,000, so she'll, yeah, born, you know, she'll sponsor us. But thank you so much for allowing me to be your program director today. You women are beautiful. Thank you, Sipati, for that session. That was great. I've learned a thing or two as a program director. I've copied some stuff. As I also, you know, arrange for events. Thank you so much. You ladies are beautiful. We love you. But in ending for me, coming from Cedar, please, itlang corona. And yes, we've got social media platforms. And guys, it's okay, you know what? If you've spoken to me and I'm dragging my feet, umbimbe. Now I'm saying, please, umbimbe. Yes, if I'm dragging my feet, because we are public servants and we have to make sure. And I mean, your businesses are the only engines that are going to help with this unemployment, you know? So if we are not going to actually contribute towards ensuring that your business is supported, therefore it means we've failed you, and we've failed us, and we've failed the country, you know? So thank you so much. You were a great audience.
The Gauteng Department of Economic Partnership with UN Women is on a mission to bridge the gender gap in our province. Together, we're propelling women's economic empowerment, driving entrepreneurship, and championing the Sustainable Development Goals on gender equality and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. In a groundbreaking initiative to champion women entrepreneurship, the Women in Business Conference will be a trailblazing platform that is meant to accelerate participation